1.
Viva 36X continues to be more than average for 2 months, high.
One.
Tutti Frutti 73 continues to be more than average for 5 months, let's go.
One.
Scepter 321 continues to be more than average for 12 months, here's to another 12 year of Bozo cheer.
One.
Solcayan continues to be more than average for 3 months, yippee.
One.
Reticeti continues to be more than average for 7 months, 7 months, how the time flies.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, bozos! Hello, hello! Hope you guys are having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening. I already said it twice. There we go. Great start, Bo. That's the reason I can't be a radio host. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Let's get some music going. Hang on. What about this? Does this work? There's a playlist called World of Warcraft, but it's lo-fi beats. Is this lo-fi? I guess it is. I guess that works. I don't know what this song is supposed to be. Legends of Azeroth. Okay, I've never heard this one before. Welcome in. Hi, Bo. I joined the VTubers today. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. First venture to 40K, are you already familiar? So, that's the thing. I have watched the previous video on Bricky about Warhammer. However, I think I got like halfway through it and then I stopped watching it. Because I think I got distracted. However, I know a little bit about Warhammer. I know Cadia. I know the Salamanders are like the only kind of good guys, if you will. I know that there's elves that turn people into furniture. Let's see. Bo, sorry, not going to be able to attend the entirety of stream because I have an important exam tomorrow. Wish you luck. Well, wish me luck. I do. You got this. Absolutely. It's going to be easy. You got this 100%. You're so fucking smart. I believe in you. You got this shit, Viva. I believe in you. Why are we getting ads again? Did we just get like an ad break? Like, what the fuck? Why is it going through? Whatever. I'll just pause and not talk during the last. I don't know why we're getting ads again. Whatever. Anyways, so I know that's a thing. I know there's like chaos gods. I know there's like an emperor that sits on a throne and they have to sacrifice psychic people to him or else shit doesn't work anymore. I know the general idea, the things that you would get from playing a game about Warhammer, right? Because I played Gothic, what is it called? Battle Armada? I played that. So I know like the very beginning of like, this is what Warhammer's about. Like, you know what I mean? So I know that. I don't know anything more. Like, I don't know the deep dive into stuff. Battlefleet Gothic, that's what it is. Yeah. So I don't know. Played any tabletop games? No. I do not have the money to be buying a Warhammer army. However, if I did have an army, I think the Salamanders would be kind of cool to play. I don't know if anyone does them or if they have like their own specific. I don't know anything about it. I watch people play. I watched Bricky play. So there's these people called Play on Tabletop, I think is their name. I know nothing about what they're doing. However, sometimes when I'm just doing nothing, I'll pull up their videos and I'll have it play in the background. And I'll watch. And I think I kind of got the idea. I did see that in the Discord. That's fucking awesome. That was so fucking cool. I meant to comment on it. I've just been busy. I say that, but the truth is all I really fucking did during those 4 days where I didn't stream, one of them, well, 2 of those days, I couldn't even like relax because I had to go and so, okay. My uncles do not understand technology. That's the level they're at. They do not know how to buy things on Amazon. They don't know how to do like anything, right? And I'm the only one in the family that's willing to go out there and help them. So my first 2 days was me going down there and helping him set up his phone plan, helping him set up like plug-in cable for them, you know, set up their router and get it all set up. So I was down there for like 3 or 4 hours, roughly. And you know, they were like, hey, how do I buy things on Amazon? And so I had to set them up, you know what I mean? So I'm the one, in the family that, cause they call everyone else and they're like, oh, I'm busy, but I'm always like, yeah, I'll help you. Cause I love them and they've been sweet to me, you know, like I owe kind of in a way my D&D like love, I guess, to my uncle. I brought it up before. My uncle had the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. And I used to go to his place and watch it when I was really young. So I was like really introduced to Dungeons and Dragons at a very early age, but I just never really got into it until like the start of like high school, I guess. But that was my introduction to it. Was I used to go there and he would put it on the TV for me, and I would sit in front of it and be like, warrior, wizard, cavalier, and I just, like, you know, I would watch that. So he was the nerd. One of my uncles were. He was the nerd of the family. He would collect. So basically, like, when he was growing up, my dad and my other uncle would go and, like, I don't know, buy stuff for their bikes and stuff like that. But he would spend his allowance money getting like superhero comics, Batman in particular, like DC stuff. So I kind of grew up around him a lot, you know, watching how, you know, D&D, Magic the Gathering, my cousin played as well. Never really got into like all that nerdy stuff until like way later. I think World of Warcraft was the first thing that really hooked me in terms of fantasy, which God help me, I deserved better than that. But yeah, so now I feel like the least I could do is go back and, you know, help him out when he needs it. Is that a wizard cat? No! Fat ass wizard explodes, bud. No! So that's, I feel like that's the least I could do is help him out. So I do my best. I do what I can. But hi, welcome in, Jade. But yeah, thank you guys all for being here today, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Today we're going to be mainly watching stuff. I'm going to be a React VTuber for a little bit. Watching Bricky's video. We're going to probably get into that in about an hour. And then we'll watch those because I think it's going to be about 4 hours of watching Warhammer content, if I'm correct in my knowledge of how long the video is. And then we're going to probably play a little bit of those games. I really want to play Labyrinth of the Demon King. Are we watching Laura? We're watching Bricky's video every single... Let me see. Let me scroll up real quick to the video. Every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained part 1. This one's about 2 hours long, and then part 2 is about an hour and a half. So about 3 hours, 3-ish hours. So we're going to be watching that, and we're going to be learning about Warhammer. Because I really, really, really want to get into Warhammer. Everyone I know has talked about Warhammer. You know, it seems interesting, and I would like to get into... See, here's the thing, right? Some things can get really intimidating very quickly in terms of learning the lore of stuff if it's been around for so long. And I think Warhammer is one of those things where the lore goes so fucking deep, and then sometimes they retcon things, and I don't fucking know what's what. Okay. If I'm going to get into something, I really got to know the lore of it. And I'm just one of those guys where if you want to immerse me in a world and you want to get me hooked on it. Hi, Beetle. Welcome, by the way. I have to know, Pargu, welcome in as well. I have to know the lore. You know, speaking of, before we get into that, let me scroll up and say hi to everyone real quick, okay? Let me do that. Actually, you know what? Soul Kion as well. Thank you for the tier 1. Reddy, thank you for the tier 1. I can't remember who all gave the tier 1s. The chat doesn't go far that back, but thank you guys for everyone that gave me a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Okay, can everyone just say hi real quick, and I'll start doing it. I'll start saying hi to everyone. Okay, there we go. Vivo, welcome in. Crocblade, welcome in. Brickmage, welcome in. Polar, it's good to see you. Elsewhere, welcome in. Hi, Alex. Hi, Halo. It's good to see you. Giddy Breadsticks, good to see you. Cornelian Moon, welcome in. Hello. British Badger, welcome. Maddie, welcome in. Turnips, good to see you. Gopi, good to see you as well. Zen, good to see you as well. Ready? Hi. Hi, Oak, welcome in. Nightingale, welcome in as well. Early squad, by the way. Toki Doki, welcome in. Turtle Scholar, good to see you. Hi, Scepter. Let's see. I already got hit with a high. Get high again. A Fleck, welcome in. Hi. Parguy, thank you so much for being here. Desario, welcome in. Tutti Fruity's good to see you. Duke Duckman, hi. Never Gonna Find Me, welcome in. Blue, welcome in. Beetle, hi. Fafino, hi. Good to see you. And I think that was everyone. I think that's everyone right now. So welcome in, guys. It's good to have you guys here. Welcome. Gotta make sure I say hi to the bozos. You know what I mean? Gotta make sure I say hi. And we're also 5 away from the daily sub goal. Throwing it out there. So, like I was saying, I need to get into the lore in order to really get into a series, or like, you know, something like that. World of Warcraft was probably the first instance of that. You know, I think maybe World of Warcraft instilled that into me, because to some degree, World of Warcraft has a pretty linear story, unless you get the Shadowlands, which fucking ruined everything, and I hate. You know, but for the most part, it had a pretty consistent lore. And the cool thing about World of Warcraft is that you could go back in the world and you could see like remnants of like the first and second war or whatever, and it was cool. So I really like, you know, being able to look at something and be like, oh, I know why that's there. That's because of this or that. You know, hi Scum, welcome in. Good to have you here. Thoth, welcome in as well. But you know, Warhammer is a very convoluted kind of series and world. So I haven't really been able to get into it. So I'm hoping that this Bricky video will, at least to a degree, give me a better understanding of the Warhammer world, or at least the factions, and be like, oh, okay, I understand now. So if I can walk away from the video knowing that much, then I'm pretty good. And then maybe if I really get into it, maybe we'll play Space Marines too. I played the beginning of it a while back when it first came out, but I didn't really get too deep into it because I was kind of like, you know, it seems fun and I'll get around to it. Never did. Typical Bo fashion, say I'll get around to it, never do. So strap in, Bo. Bricky goes crazy in his lore videos. I'm excited. I am excited. I think Warhammer is a very interesting world. Granted, the only time I've really been truly immersed in the Warhammer series has been with Total Warhammer 3 and 2. So I've been more into the fantasy aspect of it than I have in the sci-fi version of it, if you will. Is there a fantasy version of the tabletop, or is that only for the sci-fi version? I don't feel like I've ever seen anyone play the fantasy version of the tabletop. Is that just not a thing? Or is that Age of Sigmar? Oh, so is it the same thing as 40K, where you get your armies and you set them up on the side and then play them that way? Or Warhammer canon is fucked up because the Empire is a known liar and you can make up whatever lore you want. Oh, okay. So there is a tabletop with fantasy. Oh, okay, cool. I want to get like a Skaven army someday. That'd be kind of cool. See, I didn't know if that was a thing or not. I didn't know if it was for 40K exclusive, or if it was, you know, also the old world, which fights like Renaissance battles. Oh, that's kind of cool. What the hell? That's awesome. Yeah, I only played Total Warhammer 2 and 3 as my main exposure to the Warhammer series in the fantasy version. As for the sci-fi one, you know, tabletop gameplay is similar between fantasy and sci-fi. Oh, welcome in, Armed, by the way. Can we all say hi to Armed? And Viva, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, getting us to our daily sub goal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Viva. Thank you, thank you. You're absolutely fucking incredible. Thank you. And thank you to everyone else that also gave subs as well. I really do appreciate it. We are only 20 minutes in, already hit our daily sub goal. Fucking incredible. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys dearly. Thank you, bozos. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm so excited to hang out with you guys today. Like I said, I didn't really do much during my 4-day break. I kind of just lounged around, didn't really say or do anything, kind of just kept to myself. Had the house to myself, which is nice. Roommate always is hanging out with girlfriend now, which, you know, pros and cons. Cons is I have no one to talk to. Pros is I have the house to myself, which is great. Which means I can sit there with my door open and it doesn't get hot as fuck in this musty ass room that I'm sitting in. And I can like write in and do whatever. It's okay to do nothing under break. That's what a break is. True, but I would like to be doing a little something. So here's the thing. I've been recently having this issue where I'm like, okay, I'm going to play Dwarf Fortress. I boot up Dwarf Fortress, play about 30 minutes of it, then I have to stop playing it. Don't know why. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll play Crusader Kings. I pulled up Crusader Kings, tried to play just a little bit of it. Got bored, started watching YouTube instead. I literally could not play a game at all. It's one of those things where you boot up the game and you immediately exit out of it. Don't know why that's happening. So I legit just watched YouTube videos the entire time. Depression? Hey, professional. But you know, it's a lot. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want to play Dwarf Fortress again on stream. That's going to be fun. But I got to get around to that. I haven't played Dwarf Fortress in a hot minute. We'll eventually get around to it, he says, knowing what happens every time he says that. Streamer brained? Maybe? I mean, there's also a point where I am like, I want to... Okay, so I've been trying to separate games from stream games. to like personal games. Crusader Kings, Dwarf Fortress are supposed to be those games that it's like, when I'm not streaming, I can play this game and not have to worry about, you know, missing out on content. Everything else, I feel like this could be content and I should be streaming this, right? To some degree. But Crusader Kings and stuff like that, because first off, I'm a bit of a save scummer, which is super annoying to watch. You know, so if I played Crusader Kings, it would be a lot of me being like, oh, your king's gonna die soon because you got that random RNG that you're gonna fucking die. And I'm like, no. And I reload. That's me. That's... I did not handle defeat very well. You know, it's... So, it would not be fun to watch if I played Crusader Kings. Because one, it's a strategy. I'm here to win, right? And if I can use my ability that, like, RimWorld would be fun to play on stream. I wouldn't mind playing RimWorld. That would be a lot of fun, and I could do that. I think there's also, like, a Twitch integration thing where, like, it pops up your chat messages over characters, like, the pawns' heads as you're walking around. But we choose if you reset. That could be fun. You know, I pog rimming. Dude, I feel like this music is too chill. Hang on. We need to, like, get... Or maybe it's not chill enough. Let's see. Maybe we need to... we'll keep it for right now. We'll keep it for right now. We'll keep it for now. It's coming as a symptom of our generation's inability to handle failure? Nah, surely not. Nah. Here's the thing. Is that I even got the Dark Ages mod because I'm like, I want to make Crusader Kings a little bit harder. Because to be fair, I have played Crusader Kings where I've been like, okay, here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to reload. I'm just going to, whatever fucking happens, happens. Right? And I have played it like that. And it's pretty, if you know what to do in Crusader Kings, you kind of get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, once you get it, you fucking get it. Right? And it's like, the only two people I play is, like, I go back to 867. I either play Denmark, or what will be Denmark, or Wessex, right? Because I don't know. I find those two the most fascinating. So I either play those two, right? Wessex is super easy. You start at the beginning. All you got to do is go and take London first. You declare war on Dorset. You go there, you claim London. You move your capital there, right? That's like what you get. Like, that's the big thing, okay? And then you inherit the throne. You fucking deal with whatever the Vikings are, which is basically just get a defeat and go, okay, and then move on. And then the rest of it, it's just building up a base simulator. Like, that's what it is. And then you become so fucking strong that when the Vikings invade you, you just go, no. And you just beat them. And it's just that easy, right? Denmark is a little different, okay? I've learned a strategy where if I'm playing as Denmark, the first thing I gotta do is beat Sweden's ass. And that's just the way it is. Because if you don't, that motherfucker hates you. All right, he might be your half brother, but he fucking hates you. Okay, and I don't care what anyone says. So I immediately declare war on not lore. Well, you know, whatever. Okay, what I do strategy is you have two kids. First thing you do is you marry them into the other Vikings that are super powerful over in England, right? And then you go and declare war on Sweden, and then you ask them for help, and then they come over there and you kick Sweden's ass, and then for the rest of the game, they're basically a non-issue. And then all you gotta do is subjugate everyone else around you by declaring war and being like, hey, you're getting a little bit too strong. I'm gonna have to kick your ass and lower like the army rate that you have because you're a little bit too much right now. What is Bo yapping about? I don't fucking know, dude. Who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a fuck? No one cares, dude. I'm just fucking talking. I'm talking to no one. Who gives a fine? No one gives a fuck about Crusader Kings. Let me get a drink. I'll be right back. We should have Bo watch history. I fucking love history. I did consider watching history stuff. That was a thing that I was considering doing at some point, but I also don't know how interesting that is. But I do like history. Crusader Kings is one of those games I always wanted to play, but it doesn't seem like my shit, so I love watching it instead. You know, Crusader Kings is pretty good. Hope that was good for you. I want to hear you declare more lore. Okay, well, I'm gonna say war, but is there an animated history YouTube channel? There is. I think if I was gonna watch one, it would be Keep Info Dumping. Hi, Teal. Hi, welcome in. Happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hang on, let me do this. There we go. Listen, Crusader Kings is a lot of fun, but listen, I have a mod for it called the Dark Ages, which is supposed to make it harder, but all it does is kind of fuck you over. Like, that's the difficulty modifier, is that it goes, oops, you didn't realize it when you were getting married, but then halfway through, your wife suddenly is infertile, or you're sterile, or whatever. And it's like, oh, cool. Great. I don't know what that means for me, but that's great. So, you know, but it does what it, you know, needs to. It's pretty fun, I guess. It adds a little extra, like, events that happen as well, which is always nice, because Crusader Kings need to have events. Otherwise, sometimes you're just sitting there. Uh-oh, you got the hazard chin. Uh-oh. Accidentally, you know, married your niece. Apart from Warhammer, what other franchises do you want to get into that you haven't yet? What other franchises? Oh God, that's a good question. I don't know, actually. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is something that you know what? I would say Final Fantasy is something that I've really wanted to get into. However, I don't know why, but like Eastern fantasy just does not appeal to me as much as Western fantasy. Like, I can't really, like, I know that's probably not like the franchise that you meant, but like, I'm just thinking aloud. I'm not sure, actually. Battletech? I feel like I've heard about Battletech. I feel like I've heard about that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't be 100%. I do want to get into Final Fantasy a little bit more, but I think right now Warhammer is the big one that I've heard everyone talk about, and I've been like, man, that sounds so fucking cool, but I've never went into it like proper. So right now, I think Warhammer is the biggest one. I mean, I'm open to more things. If you guys want to introduce me to more stuff, I'm always down. You know, to at least give it a shot and look into it. Yeah. So, dude, I went on 3 different topics in the span of like 5 minutes, dude. I am fucking ADHD brain like crazy right now. What I was gonna say previously, before I went down a fucking Crusader Kings tangent, was all I did during my break is that I sat around, I'd boot up a game, close it back out again, and then maybe write about my D&D world a little bit. I did a little bit of that, dedicated about 6 or 7 hours to me just sitting down there and writing a couple extra stuff, like rewriting some stuff. Can we add Subway Surfers more dopamine? You know, I do think that this music is a little bit too chill. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like early morning, this is too chill of a vibe. You know what I mean? Like, this is for like later on at night, at the very least. Let me look. Hang on. We haven't listened to this one in a hot minute. There we go. There we go. Now the vibes are back. Okay. The way this reminds me of Sonic Air Riders a little bit. For some reason, this reminds me of Sonic Air Riders. I feel like that game has some fucking bangers on it. I feel like every Sonic game does. That's the one thing Sonic stuff can do well. Is music. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big Sonic fan. Used to be when I was growing up. Now, not so much. But the music from Sonic is... Wait! Speaking of Sonic, wait a minute. Had no relevance to that. Don't know why I said speaking of Sonic. I meant to say speaking of this video because it has Waluigi in a car. Mario Kart World came out, right? Have you thought about doing some world building on stream? The anime bit was gold and maybe doing something similar with the D&D world. I am. Here's the thing. And I know this is very like, this is very like, it's all mine kind of like thing. But I'm so worried that I'm going to like talk about something that I'm really, really like, am proud about writing. And then somehow it's going to pop up somewhere else. And someone's going to be like, I came up with this. You know what? I know that's so silly. But like in my brain, I'm so worried about that because I put so much time into like building this world that to see someone maybe take an idea that I had and then incorporate it and be like, I did this, would like crush me. It really would. So I'm very hesitant from like talking about my D&D world because there's a lot of stuff that I feel like I've had like a big brain moment with, and then like, this is so cool. And then, yeah, like I said, if someone was to take that, I feel like it would crush me just a little bit. So I try not to talk too much about my D&D world, even though I really, really, really want to. Trust me. My lord, now. I gotta have 2 exams tomorrow. Wish me luck. Good luck, Tootie! Good luck. We believe in you. Man, everyone got a lot of exams coming up. Damn. Must be exam day or something. I don't know what the fuck going on. Good luck. We believe in you. You got this, okay? We believe in you. Hi, Ocarina. Welcome in. Hi. Yeah, it's, you know, that's one of the big things is that, and like I said, at some point when I'm gonna release my D&D stuff, I do want to do like lore videos where like I maybe get someone to like draw little pictures or whatever. Because now a lot of people discuss stuff in Discord which is not publicly archived, which results in people not having a timeline of when invented/made. Yeah, it, you know, maybe create a town or 2. We could easily, yeah, we could try to do that. We could try to create a town or 2. I'd be down for that, like doing like little small things. You know, yeah, we could do that. We could come up with names and stuff like that. But I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think we could get away with that. I think we could get away with that. I mean, on the other hand, you could consider someone stealing your lore concepts as a compliment to what you've done being cool, but I get not wanting it out there till you run some stuff in it yourself. Listen, if someone wants to like, after I've done it, if someone's like, yo, I want to take that idea or I want to do something kind of like in your world or whatever, that's totally fine to me, right? It's just the idea that I have all this stuff that I've written for like 4 years now, and it's like, you know what I mean? It would be like, oh, you know what I mean? If someone did it quicker than I did. Or something like that, which is a very real possibility because I'm fucking slow as shit when it comes to releasing stuff. That's the big thing. Like, I would consider it a compliment if someone was like, yo, can I play in your world? Right? After all the lore stuff came out, I'd be like, oh yeah, absolutely. Like, you can use the lore that I've gotten and you can make something in the world and play in it. That's awesome. I don't mind. However, I'd rather have my stuff out there first before before anyone does that, you know what I mean? So it doesn't look like someone came up with an idea and everyone's like, wow, this is such a cool idea. And it's like, well, I came up with that, but that's okay. You should tell me your D&D lore and no one else, Teal. If we did that, we'd be in a call for like 8 hours. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did that to Shumimi once where I sat there in a call with Shumimi and it was like 4 hours of me just talking about my D&D world to them. Poor Shumimi, man. She's gonna steal all of it. Don't do it. No. That sounds like fun. I thought it was fun. I don't know if they vibed with it. Of course they did. I think they did. Shumimi's also very nice. So they could have been like, this is the worst fucking thing I've ever had in my life, and they would have been like, this was great. So I don't know. Could be in one of the two. Shumimi mentioned that they enjoyed that though. Yeah, you know, I hope they did. I hope they did. I'll take their word for it. Hi, Blog Rock. Welcome in. Hi. So yeah, I've been writing my D&D world stuff. You know, can't you just copyright it or something? Or maybe I'm stupid. I mean, I could do some stuff. I mean, my dream is to one day. One of the big reasons I started writing my D&D world, and this could be a little silly, but one of the big reasons is that I wanted to, if I ever get lucky enough to have a child, and hopefully they're into the same stuff that I am, I want to be able to pass the world down to them, and then let them continue to build off of the world at some point, or maybe play with it, like play the world with their friends, as kind of like a family heirloom, if you will. That's kind of like my dream, is that I'm making this not just for me and for my friends, but also for the potential if I have a child at some point. I want to be able to, like, what I really, really want to do is I want to get like a leather bound book, and I want to be able to like put my work into it and then present it to them like it's a lore book from like a fantasy world. And then, you know, maybe they can add on to that book at some point or something like that. You know what I mean? Or like talk about their own adventures and like put my friends' characters into the war. Or the, god damn it, I said the war, I meant to say the lore this time. I keep mixing them up. Things like that. What if your child hates D&D? I guess, you know, that is a very real possibility. Knowing my luck, that probably will happen. But, you know, I'm hoping that it doesn't. Hi, Dylan. Welcome in. But yeah, I feel like in a way, I think it'd be a pretty cool family heirloom. To have, you know, a D&D world that my family could continue down, generations, hopefully. And, you know, maybe, I don't know, something like that. I don't know. That's my dream at the very least, is to maybe do something like that, or at least leave some legacy of me behind. Nerd, only a little. Now I'm imagining a little bow running around. May the divine save us. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think any woman's stupid enough to commit themselves to me. So I think we're good. I think we're okay for right now. Plus, I'm a VTuber, and we know that VTubers don't date. So, bro, you're a cat. Shut the fuck up. Stop. Stop. You're silly. Stop. You're silly. Chris Lefort, welcome in. Don't underestimate anyone. True. I'll sure you're like 23. It's over for me. They do date, Bo. They date their managers. I need to get a manager. I need to get a manager right now. Right now. Yeah, no, it's that is my dream, is to eventually have a D&D world that over the generations the book gets bigger and everyone has their own little point, or like little, you know, own little adventures in it, and things like that. I think that would be awesome. If you join Mythic, you can have a manager. I think Mythic has to reach out to you, and I don't feel like I'm at the level that Mythic gives a fuck about me. But maybe someday. Maybe someday. Can I be one? Can I please? I bet Bo's dream manager is a tall elven woman that can crush them. Now, I don't know about the crushing part. Now, holding me in their arms and telling me it's all gonna be okay. Now that sounds like a blast, dude. That sounds fucking great. Oh my god. That would be sweet. I'd like to cry into the bosom of an elven woman. That would be awesome. Do you even have a public business email? No. Probably should get one of those eventually. One day. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. They'll find a way to message me if they really want me. You know what I mean? I'm a hard catch. You know? But you know a lot of Mythic talents, though. Yeah, I do know a lot of Mythic talents. Basically everyone. But I don't really think that is grounds for me becoming part of Mythic. I think that you need to have, like... I feel like there'd have to be a reason they'd look at my content and be like, yeah, now you get to join Mythic. And I don't think we've reached that exact yet. But soon. Yeah, I think Mythic has to look at me and be like, okay. Yeah, I'm godlike on my own. I'm locked in. You don't think they can vouch for you or recommend you? I mean, I definitely think they could. However, like I said, I don't think that Mythic would get anything about hiring me. Like, you know what I mean? Also, I don't even fucking know what Mythic does. I'll be 100% with you. I don't fucking know what they do. If it's just like, get me business opportunities, then man, I don't want to fucking do... whatever. It's whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck they do. If they just message me and go, by the way, we have this sponsor, I'm like, okay. Like, I mean, Stream Elements already does that for me. They already send me stuff going, hey, we got a sponsor, play Roblox. If you know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't want to fucking play Roblox. They get sponsorships for streamers? Yeah, I mean, you know. I think they manage shit. Bro, I have nothing to manage. I'm going to be so dead ass of you. I have nothing to manage. I'm not that busy. Literally, like I was saying earlier, all I did during my break was watch YouTube videos and go, man, I should make a YouTube video. And that was it. That was my train of thought. I went, man, I should make a YouTube video. Did not move at all. Did not even think of an idea for it. Just went, eh. You need to learn how to manage your time instead. Ugh. Ugh. They can manage your money. What money? I mean, you don't fit the Mythic brand either. Dude, they can manage my hospital bills. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Mythic. Wow. Does it come with insurance? Wait, does Mythic give you insurance? Wait, now we're talking. Hi, Ollie. I doubt they do. I'm gonna be honest. I doubt Mythic gives you insurance. I would be very surprised if that was the case. I would be very surprised. What are they called? Mythic. Oh. They do give you. Is this real? It said that they do give you insurance. If that's the case, then... But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But if that's the case, that'd be pretty cool. That would help me out a lot. I feel like I'd be more of a liability than I would anything. If they had to pay for, like, my insurance, dude, I'm in the hospital so much at this time, they'd be like... Oh, that's for their manager slash full-time people. I don't know if that's their talent. Fuck! Whatever. Whatever, I don't want to be part of it anyways. Me saying that just ruined my chances of ever joining Mythic, so we got that out of the way. Good to know. Just ask the members you know. I guess I could. I'll message them later. It's fine. I don't want to message anyone right now. I just want to stream. If they get insecure, well, that's a loaded question to ask. You could just ask Minnie or Cerber. Bo not being afraid to reach out to his friends challenge impossible. Man, I mean, come on, man. Wait, Bo, with how many other VTubers you organize for collabs, aren't you the manager? Not anymore. I used to manage collabs with everyone. Not anymore. Everyone's gotten really, really good at just collabing on their own. So I don't really have to do that anymore. I'm like the baby bird has left the nest kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna change this picture here to something else. Let's see. Let's see. What should I change this to? Do we go with the classic? I kind of hate that it's this big, but that's fine. There you go. Classic. The classic.
One.
Yo, Eric, hi!
Eric Bartender continues to be more than average for
I'm
13
gonna burp.
months. 13 months, that's crazy. Hi, Bo, how you feeling?
There we go. I'm feeling, you know, I'm feeling good. I'm doing well. You know? I'm doing well. Another hospital visit? Nah, not a hospital visit. I'm doing well, physically. You know. I'm doing okay. You know how it is. I actually am doing a lot better. Been watching my, everything now. At this point, the hospital nurses miss Bo. They did call me today. I need to, let's see. What do I want to change this from this. Professional. There we go. Yeah, they're obsessed with me. They're obsessed with me. They called me today and they were like, "Hey, just checking in on you." And I was like, "Yep. Doing okay." It was like a caseworker doing stuff. They were like, "Hey, can we do all this?" Debo, you can get a girl. Wow! Wow! All it took was dying 3 times. It's just that easy. Wow! Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Only 3? Yeah, you're right. I like to imagine every time I die, it's like going to a gacha. You know what I mean? I am also obsessed with you. Please, please, let me hit. Please, please, please. I feel like everyone says they're obsessed with you, and then they realize how big of a fucking train wreck I am, and they're gonna be like, never mind. You know what I mean? You can only got here because she pities you for going to the hospital so much. I'll take what I can get. Hey, if pity is what it takes, then I'll take it. You know what I mean? Better than nothing, right? If I have to work off of pity, you know. Bo needs this. This is true. This is true. I do need this. Did I say thank you for the sub, by the way? I don't think I did. Eric, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate it, Eric. Thank you for... how long was that? 13 months. Jesus Christ. Jesus, man. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Eric is a true OG. That is true. But who is your favorite collab partner? I don't really think I can pick one. I like them all. You know what I mean? I don't think I have a favorite, if you will. We appreciate you, Bo. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. By clicking the button, probably. Oh, is that how that works? What the fuck? What? The weighing? What? Dude, that's how I accidentally gave Lena 200 subs or whatever it was I gave. I don't remember. Just clicked buttons, didn't know what happened. Now it's like, oop. Rank your friends on a tier list now! Alright, so... No, I'm not gonna do that. Because if I do that bit, it's gonna actually hurt their feelings. I have a feeling that if I did the bit I was about to do, it was like, there's gonna be someone that's gonna be like, what the fuck? So I can't do that. I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna, just so you know, I was gonna do like a fake tier list. They're all S rank. Hey, Bo. Rank the bozos. That's so many. Yeah, Rhea straight to F for real, though. Yeah, we know that. Come on, that one's not. No, I'm kidding. I love Rhea. Rhea's fucking great. Rhea is lovely. She streamed recently, didn't she? I know she was feeling sick for a while, so she seems like she's, she did? Okay, good. Was she feeling better? Rhea calls you right now and curses you out? Yeah, yesterday? Okay. Nice. Rhea is your wife. I was not aware of this. I was not aware that this was a thing. But this is good information to know. This might come in handy later on in the future. Someone asks, are you married? Apparently, I have to say yes now. And shake it. Was not aware I was married, though. So, little thing. Of course, I had to get married to a British person. Ugh. Fucking, what a rotten luck. Ugh. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Come on, bozos. You know I'm playing. I thought it was marriage. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't see it. I thought it said marriage. I was like, what is this? I couldn't tell what it was, man. My bad. What's that? It's a bit slender, are you? Imagine she's lurking hearing all this. Nah, no one's here right now. It's just us. They all got better stuff to be doing. Rhea is obsessed with you? I mean, obviously, most of my friends are. He says lying. They're obsessed with me. It's fine. He's meaner when they collab. What? I'm not mean. Ego much? Nah, not really. Ooh. Damn. This should go hard. Wait, is this the one that has like the banana slip moment? Bo's an angel. Well, I wouldn't go that far either, to be honest. All right, I wouldn't say I'm an angel either. Nor would I say I'm a devil. I'm an entity. Well, you say you're not mean, but look how mean you are to yourself. But that's different. That doesn't count. All VTubers are obsessed with Bo for real. Dude. Can't blame them. Bo's an SCP. I did go on a thing where I was reading SCP articles not too long ago. I just started reading like a shit ton of them. I think I got a new favorite one here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I can't remember. It's like in the 300 series. It was The Recorded Man, SCP-315. I like that one. That one's good. You guys should read that one at some point if you haven't already. I read 16 articles. That Murder Monster one was great. Another good one is SCP-303, the Doorman. It's just a thing that spawns behind a door and breathes heavily and gives you like an overwhelming sense of fear. And it just stays there for a few minutes and leaves. I like the SCP that makes your balls explode. Oh. SCP-516, also known as Blue Ball. SCP that's just a wizard that casts testicular torsion. The Infinite IKEA is a good one. We talked about that one last time as well. Alien GF? Alien GF? Oh, here's the banana slip. This is dangerously close to penis music. Dangerously close. They skirt the line of it. They skirt the line. This is penis music, but it's good though. Penis music is like all over the place though. You know what I mean? Well, you guys never heard penis music before? Hang on. Is this it? Hang on. This is penis music. The femur breaker was in there. Did you guys hear that? They had the femur breaker in there. Speaking of SCP. I was thinking about playing. There's an SCP containment breach game. It's like the ultimate one. There's like a mod for it where they added like a whole bunch of different SCPs and stuff like that. I was thinking about playing that at some point. We have some Germacore. Germacraft. Welcome everybody to the first episode of Germacraft. What the fuck does penis music mean? I don't know. I don't know who started it. Someone just said, dude, this is penis music. And everyone went, okay. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. And so we now just call it penis music. I don't know. I don't make the rules, okay? I just follow them like a responsible human being. Of decent SCP mods? Oh, man, no one's played Lethal Company in a hot minute. We're going to do the Bozo SCP stream? Yeah, we can. What was it? It was containment. What was it? SCP Secret Laboratory? That's what it was. Secret Laboratory. That would be the fun one to play. I also like to get a lot of people together to play that, but I don't know. I don't know if I have that kind of pool. Like a lot of different streamers and see if we could try to like set something up at some point, but I don't know. Version 70 came out for Lethal. Really? No one's even talked about it. I think Lethal kind of died out. I'm going to be honest. Like Repo's the new Lethal right now. Let me look. Lethal. Incubating update. Overhauled the radar. Added new furniture. Okay. Interesting. Added the giant sap sucker. Okay. Didn't really add... I mean, it added some stuff, but not like that much. Pretty cool. Maybe we'll play it at some point. Repo 2 shall fall the way of Lethal Company. There is someone younger and prettier that comes along. As is the case. As is the case. I mean, listen, the good way to keep people's attention is to do pretty often updates. And the truth of the reality is that this is normally a small team and it takes a while for updates to come out, so people lose interest pretty quick. You know? Like if the updates keep pouring out, then people will keep wanting to play it to like, you know? Like one guy, yeah, I think it is. They do put up weekly dev vlogs. I mean, that is good. Trust me, I like the dev vlogs. I've watched a couple of them. You know, but unless people see it like in the game, people are going to be like, eh. That's my take at the very least. You know? Like, unless they see it in the game, they're going to be like, eh, I don't really. Like, it's cool that you're talking about this stuff, but where is it? It's what everyone's going to say. Let's hope that Repo doesn't end up like content warning. Oh, man, I haven't thought about content warning in a hot fucking minute, dude. Content warning was also big for a while. Are they even updating content warning anymore? I doubt they are. No, they haven't updated it since 2024. Damn. Well, maybe they added all they wanted to add. You know? They're working on a new game and it's pretty good. Let me see. Spooky Buddies? No, that's the bundle for everything. What is the new game? Content was literally an April Fool's joke from that studio. Funny how that works. I feel like more often than not, when people don't put effort into something, like they can... Okay, isn't that the case with like FNAF? Wasn't it like the guy was like making whatever games or whatever, and no one gave a fuck, and he's like, whatever, I'll just make a spooky game, and who gives a shit? And then it blew up. Like, it feels like the things you don't put effort in are the things that pop the fuck off in terms of like this industry, if you will. It's the things that no one expects. Kinda. I don't know the lore of FNAF. I'm gonna be honest with you. Five Nights at Freddy's. April 1st when Landfall drops their games. They used to make games for children, I think, but they were fucked up looking. It's when you stop worrying about being a tryhard. Yeah, and that's when it all works out. Server could teach you about FNAF? Maybe someday. I think it was like spread the fishing lines until something bites. That also, I mean, that's also a good strategy. That is also a very, very good strategy to be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just try everything until something finally works. And eventually something will, I guess. That's the motto to take away from this. Is that eventually something will work. Don't know what it's gonna be, but something will. Maybe I gotta do that. Maybe I gotta spread my fishing lines. I don't know what else to spread it to. I do want to make more YouTube videos. I'm watching a lot of documentary stuff on YouTube. Not like documentary, but like videos like, I joined this dead MMO for 30 days. And this is what I learned. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Or watching like Miss Chalice talk about, oh, I played Liza Peeve, and this is what I learned, and here's me talking about it. Or whatever. Video essays are peak? Yeah, I really do. I watched Your Average Beau for 2 years. I'm so sorry. There has to be some kind of like veterans bonus for that. Oh yeah, and update the VOD channel more on YouTube. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta do that. I'm almost caught up. I'm almost caught up with all the VODs, I think. Liza P is great. I want to finish it. Never played it. Those, I joined a cult for 10 days and then they don't post after that. I'm usually a VOD watcher, so I need it. Okay. I'll post one after stream today. But yeah, I want to do... Here's the thing. I don't know anything I want to talk about. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know anything that's interesting to talk about that's like, I could do a video essay on. So, I have to figure that out first. That's the first step, is to be like, what do I want to do that I feel like I could... are we ever going back to Expedition 33, Beau? Yes. I think it's on the schedule, isn't it? Let me look. Yeah, we're going back on to Expedition 33 tomorrow. Do you know the word honorific, Beau? Yes, I do. Trees are cool. I guess that's true. I don't know if I want to talk about trees for like an hour though. Maybe I should do one on Daggerfall again. I don't fucking know. I'll figure it out. I gotta figure out something that like I could squeeze into. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people talking about why Dark Souls is such a good game. You know what I mean? Or whatever. That it's like, okay, like, who's going to watch another video on that? Like, who gives a fuck about this guy's opinion? Right? So, 6-hour essay about WoW role-playing. I could probably actually do that. I'm going to be honest. Squeeze into your... Hey! So, like, Ellie talking about bugs. Yeah, it's, you know, I feel like I have things like that I get, like, really passionate about, but... I don't know. Do I have any passion? That's the thing I gotta ask now. Has the life left my eyes? Am I just a shell? A vessel? We gotta ask ourselves this. You could talk about why watching paint dry is good for you. I could. Vessel Hollow Knight reference. Oh! What about the anime you made? I think my editor is working on getting that. You know? I think my editor is working on making that a video I can upload on my YouTube channel. Just like me talking about it. I think that was the last thing they said. Let me look. Yeah, they said assuming you can get away without any copyright infringement or liability issues with the music I was playing in the background, because I'm such a good fucking streamer that I play copyrighted music to make it harder for my editor. Typical VTuber fashion. We love it. We love it. I hope he doesn't make a full anime. Dude, my anime would fucking slap. My anime would fucking slap. Okay, we already talked about it. Everyone said I was cooking. Poor Rail, he's fine. He's getting paid. He's doing well. I'm paying him for this shit, alright? However, it can be a pain to deal with sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure. There's probably a lot of times you've had to deal with that Shinsta. It's rough. It's rough. But welcome in, Shinsta. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I would watch it, especially if it had not safe for work scenes. Bran, you're too horny. So horny. Ugh. You did plan an episode where they did frick for like 5 hours though. Yeah, but that's on the Blu-ray DVD though. That's not my fault. That was the people that put it in there. You made me like that? I didn't do shit, by the way. I didn't do shit, by the way. I just existed. And then you had the poor choice to fall in love with me. And that's on you. Okay? That was not me. You need better decision-making skills is what you need. All right? That's the big thing. Is that Bo in a furry suit there? I don't think I'm that caked up. I'm going to be honest with you. Well, I got to get going to class now. Bye, Blog. Thank you for hanging out. Bye. I have to keep muting the burp. This fucking soda's killing me. Not literally. It's a zero sugar one. Just before you ask, okay? The zero sugar one. But it is killing me. It's making me burp. It's destroying my insides. Destroying my intestines. It's over for me. Show burp. No! You don't like it when I burp. I used to just burp on stream and didn't give a shit. What anime made you into a weeb, Bo? I don't know if I'm a weeb, but the first anime that like I really got into, Urusei Yatsura. I think that's how you say it. That's probably take a shot every time Bo self-deprecates. Good luck surviving the stream. Okay, I'll do it. I'll start drinking. SAO? I never watched SAO. I remember Ellie and them talking about it. Rest in peace, Bo. Time to start drinking. Haven't drank for 23 years. Time to start now. What better time? Everyone else is doing it. Might as well. Destroy my kidneys. Pancreas already doesn't work. Magi Labyrinth of Magic. I don't think I've heard of that. No, have you seen what water does to metal? Do you want that in your stomach? Soda cleans metal. Soda is healthier than water. I like that. I like that. But did you just confirm your age? Yeah. People know I'm 23. I've said that before. Yeah. I didn't? Hey. Bo's 24. He drank when he was 1. Well, you got 2 things wrong there. Are you sure this time? I am sure. I am sure. Wait, I'm much older than Bo. Oops. Oops. I'm a young lad, if you will. I'm younger by 2 years. Nice. I'm a hag. Oh no, Emmy. Oh, you're the same age as me, and that feels weird, man. What the fuck? Would you rather me be younger? The lore in this episode is going crazy. I feel like I have to be gaining new viewers because I've said this stuff before. Like, my real name is Bo, and I am 23, and I've said this before, and people have been like, cool. But now I'm saying it, people are like, what? Since when? Old people have to stick together. I'm 1 year younger than you. I feel like I have an older audience than I do a younger one. I'm going to be honest. I wish I could see what the age of my viewership was. I definitely feel like I appeal to an older audience. Hardly anyone is younger than you? What? Because you give off old Greg vibes. Oh. I think it's a 50-50. I don't know. I'm 23 too. Oh, never mind then. Okay, wait, maybe. You could poll age rangers. I don't think you're supposed to do that on Twitch. I don't think you're supposed to say your age on Twitch. I feel like that's like a rule. Oh, maybe I do have younger audience then. Okay, well, never mind then. I'm good. Analytics doesn't show age. Analytics just shows like where people are from.
This guy fucks.
Wow, what a giga chat.
Anna_Narf is no
Anna Narf, thank you so
average.
much. I appreciate it. Congratulations, no longer being average. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, I don't think analytics. Yeah, analytics does not show. Yeah. Ew, wait, what? People live that long? Oh, come on, man. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Let me see. Yeah, I don't, yeah, it doesn't show very much. Dude, my engaged viewer stat, 53% new engaged viewers, 53% returning engaged viewers. Wow, I'm good with engagement. That's huge. That's big. People seem to keep coming back for some reason. Wow. Wow. I can see where everyone's from. Yo, we got people from France now. Man, I don't got a big Australian audience. I'm not gonna fucking say what you just tried to do to me. I read that in my head. I'm not gonna say what you just... I'm not gonna do that. You tried. You tried, motherfucker. You tried. Okay? Can anyone say hi, by the way? To Todd? That's Brooke and her alts. Oh. It's 4 a.m. in New Zealand. The fuck time is it for... Is it in Aussie? I don't know. Gotta be something. Oh, YouTube has age stats. Yeah, but I don't know if I have enough people that, like, watch my streams also watch my videos. You know what I mean? Come to France, Bo. We are very welcoming. I think I'm okay. Premier 2 went to France, and I think he got stuff stolen from him. Or maybe that was England. I can't remember. Okay, I'll read you my stats, right? 41% of my viewers are from the United States. Okay, 7% from the United Kingdom. There's a Space Marine on the Salamander chapter of Warhammer 40k. I'm gonna look that up, and I swear to God. Oh my God, you're right. I thought that was a D's nuts joke. What the fuck? His name is Sakan? His name is Sakan. Are you fucking kidding me? I thought that was a meme. He suck on these nuts. Whatever, dude. Whatever. I'm looking back at my discovery. Whatever. Whatever, dude. I'm looking at my discovery. Okay. Hang on. Okay. 6% from Germany after United Kingdoms. 6% from Canada. 3% from Poland. 2% from Russia. 2% from the Netherlands. 2% from the Philippines. 2% from Finland. 2% from Sweden. 2% from France. 1% from Brazil. 1% from Australia, 1% from Norway, and 1% from Mexico. Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Worldwide. I'm not even on that list. Woo! I wish they showed me more, but that's it. That's the only stats I got. Didn't even get named as a percent. You got to get more people from where you live to watch me. That's what you got to do. The way it works. Oh, I can see where people have found me from. You're from North Korea? Hope they don't find out. Time to shill bow to my colleagues. Yes, please do. I need all the help I can get. I'm begging you. This is not a joke. Okay, from the browse page. Okay, I get 1% of the people from views from Twitch that find me on the browse page. I don't want people from where I live to watch you. That's understandable. That's understandable. So a lot of people see me from the just chatting and click, and then they stay, and then they go, all right. Home page. I get recommended a lot from that. Other channel pages. I don't know what that means. What does other channel pages mean? From like other people? That has to be from like raids. That must be what that is. It means it's on the recommended list of other streamers. Oh, so I'm a 50% recommendation to people. So when you're watching Ellie, it says, hey, maybe you'll like this guy. That should be illegal. Other recommendations, 9%. Followers is 29%. Okay. Damn. Not only people click on me from the browse page. What the fuck? Wait, less than 1% people found me from Reddit. Hell yeah. It's the little things in life. Hell yeah. %2 from Twitter, 2% from Google, 3% from YouTube, and then 92% from direct. So most of my viewers come from them clicking directly on my link to get here. That's interesting. The dedicated bozos. The dedicated wham. Of all the bozos. That's interesting to know. I can't wait to see what that's like when we get bigger. That's gonna be good. Hey, you guys ready to watch Warhammer? You guys ready to learn Warhammer? I don't remember what I clicked to get here. I feel like most people don't. I feel like most people just kind of get here like their eyes glaze over. And then they just somehow end up here. And I'm so sorry. Okay, hang on. Let me... Oh, I almost burped in the middle of that. I'm such a monster. I'm gonna sneeze and burp at the same time. Oh, God. I just sneezed and burped at the same time, and I think I almost died. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think I almost died. That was so fucked up. That was actually fucked up. Oh my God. I had a Smurf, dude. The fucked up cousins of the Smurfs. That's just a factory reset. Been a long time coming. Flesh tuber? Ew! Ew! Okay. Guys, are you ready to learn a little bit about Warhammer 40k? Okay. So, again, just to reiterate, I know very little about the Warhammer universe. And I know, like, about Cadia. And then, nope, I'm out. Everyone say bye to that guy. That guy was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I know a little bit about Cadia. And some of the races, but I don't know a lot. So now we're gonna learn. This is Bricky's video called "Every Single Warhammer 40k Faction Re-Explained" Part 1. So here we go. Let's get into it. Let's fucking go.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter,
the Forerunners.
A new species began to arise. The Necron Tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron Tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones.
The video is quiet. Is it quiet?
To share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence.
Rank that shit? Okay.
The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their home.
That better?
The Necron Tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race.
Okay, I'm gonna be so real with you. I had to turn up the volume and I got lost. Hang on, let me just give me a minute.
To them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence.
Okay.
The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron Tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals.
Dude, that looks like Coruscant.
The Catan will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron Tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron Tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron Tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the...
I have seen the Necron. I forgot what they were called, but I have seen them before. I think I saw them from Battlefleet Gothic. I think they're in that beginning section of it, if I recall correctly. So I have seen them before. I was not aware of their lore, but I knew what they were. So, okay, now I know. Now I know who the Necrons are.
The Catan,
kind of.
The Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron Tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them.
Wait a minute. Just to reiterate, they were losing in a war, and so the Catan, what they did because they were losing in a war was started to kill each other. Did I get that right? They said, damn, we're getting our ass kicked. What if we started killing each other? Nope. Did I get that wrong? Did I hear that wrong? Oh, they won the war. Oh, they were overwhelming. Okay, wait. So wait, what was he talking about? Okay, wait 1 second. Let me reiterate. Let me reiterate real quick, okay? The Catan and the Necron, are they... So the Necron are like slaves to the Catan? They're like the Catan like tricked them and then used them as soldiers? Or the Necron were going against them and we're still losing? Because he said through... Necrons fought the old ones, lost, came back with the Catan and easily won. Then they did a bunch of infighting. They won and were bored, so they okay. Necrons got their ass beat after being betrayed. Okay, so what was he talking about with the army of like robots and stuff like that? He said an overwhelming force of like robots versus all the old races that I thought the Catan made. That's the Necron. The Necrons are the robots. The old one made the races. Okay. Maybe I heard different. Hang on.
Behest. However, sheer power overwhelmed various races and entities known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the old ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy.
Okay. Oh, okay. I get it now. The old ones were killed by the Catan and the Necrons. Oh, okay. So the old ones lost to them. Okay. That's where I got mixed up on. Okay. I thought, great. Okay. I'm glad I reiterated that. Because I was a little confused on it. Okay. I was going to make a YouTube video out of me reacting to this. It might still be a thing. God, people are going to hate watching this. I know there's going to be someone that's going to be like, bro, just fucking listen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You, please bear with me. Please bear with me. You gotta bear with me.
Spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the old ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot in the thick of all this conflict,
is that us?
Humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video,
that's me!
Existed at a point in the Warhammer universe.
Oh, I'm
but
so
with
sorry.
time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the forces of chaos. At
My
their
mouth
helm
open.
are three major entities.
My mouth open streamer. Dude, if I'm gonna fucking absorb the information in this, okay, I'm gonna have to keep my mouth open, all right? At least that means I'm listening, all right? I fucking... Leave me alone, man. Whatever, dude. I gotta focus, so I can't... Whatever. I'm trying to listen. Okay? Allows more information in. Okay, listen. I'm trying to absorb... So why did the robots rebel for humanity? Was that just a thing? Was it like AI taking over kind of thing? My Slackjaw yokel streamer. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Yeah? Okay.
Korn, Nurgle, and Zeech.
Oh, I know
However,
these people.
a fourth one, Slanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones.
What the fuck is this? Is this the Eldar? What the fuck going on? What happened to them? Why are they all clowns? What? That's the old school Eldar designs. They are slaying. Oh, I never said they weren't slaying. I just was wondering why the clown aesthetic. Harlequin Eldar. So they're supposed to be clowns. This one kind of caked up over here. You see this one? Damn. Jeez. That artist knew what they were doing when they drew that. I'm going to be honest. I kind of like this design, though. I think this is kind of a unique look. Just listen. Okay, my bad.
To their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the age of strife. But humanity...
Okay, I'm sorry to pause. Not last time. I'm not going to lie to you. I won't pause so quickly going forward. So just to make sure I understand, Slanesh was born because the Eldar were fucking? Like, is that correct? Like they were just having too much. They were murder fucking. Ew. Oh, okay. Overdose of debauchery. Okay, and so it literally created a fifth god? Slanesh is the fifth? Hinduism to the 9th degree. Okay. Fourth. Okay. Oh, they're the fourth. Okay. All right.
Was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers paled to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures—
What? That was used for agriculture? This was used for agriculture. Did I hear that right? That was used for the farm? Old Billy Bob that fucking owned the farm down in wherever had this giant thing? Yeah, for plowing your mom. All right. All right, man. I'm trying to learn about Warhammer here, okay? We don't... Come on, man. Come on, man. That's so fucked up. In art history, we turned tractors into tanks. In our history, we turned tractors into tanks. See what you did? You fucking talked about my mom, and then you got me all fucked up. Okay, just to make sure I understand. Okay. Who are we fighting the AI robots in this time, or are we just fighting each other, like trying to unite different humanities on different people on different planets under one banner? Both. So we are fighting the AI that like brought about this downfall of humanity. Like we're like wiping it out so we can, but we're also uniting the humans. Because I'm still, AI is gone by now. What happened to it? Did I miss something? Because it took over everything, right? Did it not? Or did it just like... The moment we're fighting Xenos, Necrons aren't really back yet, and trying to unify humanity and get the Primarchs back home. The Necrons went to sleep. Okay. Humanity won. Oh, okay. So we already fought the AI and we won, but we're just like weak. Like we basically have been like brought to a dark age. Or like as big of a dark age as 40K can be, if you will. Because I guess they can go between planets and stuff like that. So it's not really like a dark age, but worse. Time skip, AI defeated. Yes, the Age of Strife. Okay. All right. I was making sure. And now the Emperor of Mankind is trying to unify all the different humans on various planets under one banner. And that's where we are right now. Okay, I think I'm following now.
Being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears sometimes. Some would go so far to...
What? There's no fucking way that Warhammer has cat girls. Is he memeing? Does Warhammer have cat girls? Felines? What? No way. I'm looking this up. What? Felinid Warhammer. Oh my God. You let one weeb into the studio, and this is what fucking happens. You let one fucking weeb into the goddamn studio. You let them into the fantasy world for a brief fucking moment, and they had goddamn cat girls to it. You can't escape it. The weebs are already in the building. Oh shit. Okay. Well, Bo hates cat girls. I never said that. I was just surprised that Warhammer, a game that's touted as the darkest sci-fi game ever, has cat girls in it. Okay? That's all I was. You know what? That makes sense.
To become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the galactic core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal,
Arthas!
This backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adepta Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
We made it! Woo! I think I understood.
You guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside.
I asked my friend about the Tau, and he said they're the Weeb faction. That is what I was told. I was told that if you play Tau, you're a weeb. And that is all I know about the Tau. So I'm eager to learn a little bit more about them to figure out why exactly they're weebs. I don't know if it's because they use robots or whatever it is. The Gundams of 40K, weebs in space, cat girls and weebs.
Galaxy. As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
What? Damn, this music goes fucking hard.
A fantastic job once again,
Ad?
Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, right, it's gone.
Oh, I was about to say, I thought crime rate was 0.
It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight.
My what?
Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled? Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%.
Oh!
The Night Haunter smiled? No. This could only mean one thing.
An ad?
It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively on this here news network.
Gamer Subs?
Your esteemed host, Bricky, myself, is dropping a 3-part
Oh shit, that's a big ass jug.
release for pre-order available now and only for a couple
I'm not gonna
of
skip this. He
weeks.
deserves this.
Not
I'm
only
stealing
does
his
it
content, might as well.
include a completely brand new artwork reskin
Man, that kinda
of
looks
the
fucking-
Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entire but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Subs 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it.
Oh,
that's
shit.
right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking
I didn't know Bricky was
taste.
based
We're
like this.
talking Atlas, we're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you, thanking you for supporting this.
Damn, that
All
must
of
be
this
good as a
you can
content
receive
creator.
for
Imagine being so big, people want your
10%
like
if you go down
signature.
in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersubs.com/Bricky and use code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some.
I turned it down just a little bit because I don't know if you guys can hear me over the video.
Increase production across.
I imagine
the
you
board
probably
for our
could, but
glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring the Strawman News, and let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40k faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated
That's
next
me!
to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games.
I feel like D&D has too.
Series. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form.
I need to watch
say,
that.
I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer Fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for a million stories over a million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And
what is this
we
footage?
did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the infinite empire.
The Necrons! Oh, I know this song.
As mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
But the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines
I would.
of both
I'm gonna be honest.
peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds.
How did they even turn against them then?
Souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols.
Hey, thank you, Breezy. I appreciate it.
All of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now,
That's kind of
are
badass.
actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time.
So okay, I got a couple of questions. Okay, first question I want to ask is, if they didn't have any souls or brains, how did he lead the Necrons against them? Did he just kind of like tell everyone, "Hey guys, let's go over here," and they're like, "All right," or was it like, because they have their minds? I thought okay. They have brains, no souls. Nobles had intelligence. No, he had his mind. So how did he get the peasants to go with him? That's what because like I imagine he needed like an army to go against them. So how did he convince the commoners? Operating protocols? So it was just like he like rewired them basically. The nobles command the peasants. Okay, oh, so it's a tier. Okay, so it's the peasants and then the nobles, and then the Catan or whatever, the Cathan. I can't, whatever, you know what I mean. That's the tier list. That's like the hierarchy then. And so the nobles were just like, you know what? What if I just commanded my peasant army to go and attack them? And that's how that happened. Servo, welcome in. Welcome in. Souls and consciousness are separate in this universe. Yeah, okay. See, I was wondering because I didn't know if it was like they were. See, okay. So what I wanted to know is that I wasn't under the impression that they had like their brains, the peasants did, and they couldn't. Okay, I get it now. All right, that makes sense. All right, and then the second thing I was gonna ask is if they. I imagine the Necrons probably don't have any way of reinforcing their army. I mean, maybe he'll talk about it here in a minute, which he very well could. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But can they build themselves again? Is this like because like they had to use people to trap into this machine in order to make the Necrons, right? So they're a limited army. Like they will against a force that reproduces quickly or anything like that. There's like the Necrons. I'm not asking if they can fuck. That's not what I'm asking. They can regenerate. Okay. They can't reproduce, but they can regenerate terminus. I was not asking if they fuck. Okay, that was not what I was asking. I was wondering, is there a limited army is what I was getting at. Is it like, you know, but very repairable. Okay. So as long as they go into battle and they escape out of it, they can repair themselves and then be back on the front lines again. They teleport out when critically damaged. Oh, okay. So there's a good chance if you're fighting a Necron. I guess not a good chance, but there is a chance if you're fighting a Necron, it's one that you fought before in a previous battle that you may have defeated. So they just keep coming back. So that's like their endless resources. As long as they can keep coming back and teleport out, they can keep refilling the front lines again. So I guess the best way to defeat the Necrons would just be to keep pushing until like they can't come back. I guess that makes sense. A nuke. A nuke also works. Hang on. I gotta fucking reply to a text message. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that. Plus, they're not dumb. They also have vehicles of war. They have tombs that can reconstruct them. They're so strong. Okay. See, I was about to say, For some reason, I was like, maybe they're not that strong, because if they can't, like, I guess not reproduce, but you know what I mean. Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah, I'll keep watching.
Till it
You're
was
right.
once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours.
Okay, I like that though. I like that gives them all different personalities in a way. Like, it makes them unique. You know what I mean? It's not just, I'm General Number 5. I lead this army. It's, this guy's a little quirky. This guy's just a little, for lack of a better word, this guy's a little quirky. I like that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it must be orcs. That's what I was thinking too. It must be orcs.
Individuals such as the esteemed Imhotep the Stormlord seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris. And
Wait a minute. Isn't that kind of like the same thing that the people they overthrew in a way? Isn't that kind of like a weird irony, right? Like, it was the bickering that eventually... Oh, it's a common theme between everyone? Okay, I mean, I can imagine that. It is Warhammer. I don't think the factions are all united under one banner. I'd imagine everyone's trying to kill each other in one way or another.
Billion years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought.
Oh my god!
A pharaoh.
Oh my god!
May just
Oh my
be as
god!
frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be
That guy got
assassinated.
fucking vaporized.
Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over
At least they have art,
time,
I guess.
reality itself, despite all of this,
The arts are still around.
they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones. Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming, and slowly they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in.
Ew.
Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours.
Badass.
War in Heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean,
so I would go there.
the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own, known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension, but it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm, but a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as
Okay, wait, before we begin chaos, Jesus Christ. Before we begin chaos, I want to talk about the Necrons. I mean, this is a great thing to pause on, by the way. This is a great image. Like, I almost want to get this like tattooed on myself. Like, you know what I mean? Just this still image of Bricky looking like this, and it just says the word chaos in front of it. Like, it's such a good conversation starter, I feel like, personally. You know? Get that tattooed on your ankle. Get a tramp stamp of that. Something like that, you know what I mean? Anyways, the Necrons are pretty cool. I mean, they're bad. Like, okay. I feel like there's... So, the one thing I've been told about Warhammer is that there are no good guys. That's the one thing I've been told, is that there are no good guys in Warhammer 40k, right? However, the Necrons don't really, like, I mean, they're bad because they're trying to kill everyone, right? But I mean, like, I can kind of like understand, you know what I mean? Like, in a way, like it's not like they're just like, oh, let's do it for the fuck of it. Like, they're, I don't know. It's very interesting. I think they're pretty cool. I like they're extremely psychopathic, but they're also like, I don't think that's their fault either. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's because they've been in stasis so long that they're like that. You know what I like? Maybe if they, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't think any of us could really tell you what the Necrons would be like if they woke up without having their brains kind of like fucked up a little bit, right? But I mean, maybe there's a chance where if they woke up with it, they would have been like, eh. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we could have handled this a little differently. I don't know. I think they're pretty interesting. I think their story's a little tragic, but I also think it's really badass. Remember, before they changed the Necron, they had the master-slave hierarchy. With themselves, they had that? I don't remember him saying. Maybe I missed that. They did? Imagine going to sleep and how the ants rule the world, Bo. That's them. What the fuck are all these ants doing in my kitchen, dude? Hi, Digital. Welcome in. No good guys, just circumstances. Right. I'm not saying they're good guys by any means. Like, I'm not saying they're good guys. I'm just saying that, like, compared to some of them that I'm sure we're going to talk about where, you know, they're just like, fuck it. We're just doing it because fuck it, right? At least these guys kind of have like a purpose behind them. Or like a goal beyond just exterminating everything. Which I think is a little interesting, is what I was getting at. It's not that they're good guys. I just like the fact that they kind of like, well, our goal is to go and find our souls, which I imagine would be like in the warp from after what he just told us. I don't know. Maybe that would be like the final war for the Necrons, would be like a fight to the warp. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Warhammer universe to theory craft what would happen or whatever. But if I had to guess, I guess it'd be in the warp is where their souls would be. So yeah, and I really like the idea that each one of them are a little different with their own like little stuff that they got going on. Like, some of them have dementia, some of them are like schizophrenic or whatever. I think that's kind of an interesting concept for some of the generals. Or the fact that they're like leading, like the one that he said where he's like, I don't know why they're dabbing themselves green or whatever, right? I think that's cool. I like that they're, because I'm sure there's going to be other generals in the Warhammer universe as well, that are gonna, like, you know, they have their own characteristics and their own like little traits. But I don't know. I think it can make for some pretty funny Necrons, or pretty interesting ones. I should probably say. I like them. I like the Necrons. I think the Necrons are really fucking cool right now. I like them. The problem, Bo, is you will see is the general thing of Warhammer 40k is it got better than warp stuff happened and it got worse. Yeah. I mean, from what he told me about the warp, that sounds, I mean, we're about to learn about chaos, so you're probably going to be right about that. But I like them. I think I knew nothing about them. All I knew about the Necrons were from Battlefleet Gothic, which is where they showed up and I said, oh, that's a cool little guy. I think that was my takeaway from seeing him in Battlefleet Gothic was, that's a cool little guy. I think he was in there. He popped up. Had no idea what they were doing or what they, you know, what their purpose was or anything like that. I just thought they were a cool design. So now that I kind of know them, I think they're even cooler. Bye, Viva. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Some Necrons have different goals. The Infinite, who is just a kleptomaniac who likes to collect stuff into his museum. See, I think that's kind of cool. I think that's cool. Cool little guys. All right, let's learn about the chaos.
The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species.
By the way, I think if I recall correctly, I was looking at old Babylonian gods on Wikipedia, as you do. Or maybe it was Sumerian or whatever like that. And one of them is literally called like Nirgal. It spells with an E instead. Yeah, Nirgal. That's what it was. And I was like, oh, that's where they got it from. And I think he's like literally the one of like disease or death or something like that. And I was like, oh, so that's where they got that from. That makes sense. You know, the more I learn about different fantasy worlds, the more I learn that everything just steals from everything else. Like World of Warcraft steals heavily from different stuff. And it's just like, I didn't really think about that. Because I'm so particular about my D&D world where I'm like, I don't want to take any ideas from something else because I don't want to be called like a copycat. And then like half the big franchises of fantasy are just taking from stuff. They're just taking from like different things, like from each other sometimes. Yeah, and it's very interesting. They was Defenders stolen ideas till the end. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I think I was reading about it, and I was like, I was like, that's interesting. I didn't like for some reason I thought the Nurgle was like a name they came up with themselves, and I was like, that's such a cool name. That
and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks.
Oh, that's from Total Warhammer 3.
Swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is like investing someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne. Normally, if I ever want to explain Khorne, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Zeech is
okay. See, I'm glad he. Oh shit! I'm glad he explained why people would want to follow them. Because I was about to say, why would anyone want to follow someone that's like the god of like slaughter and stuff like that? Like, I don't like. I mean, I could see why some people would want to, but I'm glad that he explained it. Yeah, there was like a noble side of it as well, if you will. I was about to be like, I don't really, what the fuck am I looking at, by the way? Ew. I don't like that he has like, oh, that's his tongue. He's holding his tongue with his feet. Ew, what the fuck? What a little freak. Yeah, okay, because I was about to ask if people were like consumed by chaos in order to follow them. If it was like you fell down the dark path or something like Something along those lines. Which I guess you still kind of do, but at least there's like a noble side of them with positive. I don't know. Yeah. So it's a slippery slope. Yeah. Because he described it as like a warrior, good or bad, could be honoring corn. And so I guess if you're like a noble warrior in a way, you could worship corn and get boons from that if you wanted to, which, you know, in the world of 40K, I guess boons would help out a lot. Because just warp. Okay. But that does mean you feed corn. There's no logic, just warp. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I know even worshipping the mere act can empower them. Each chaos god represents some positive part of the world. Okay. You don't get a choice. Okay, wait. You can provide worship unintentionally. So if you're just like, wait a minute. Our souls head back into the warp with honorable combat as a focus. It feeds corn. Okay. So, like, in a way, would all the Space Marines go and feed corn when they died? I guess they're not honorable, right? I would assume. Yes? So, it doesn't matter how much you fight the Chaos Gods, you're still winning? Poisoned by the state of the galaxy. Okay, so they weren't always this way? It's the galaxy? You have anger issues, you feed corn. If you stub your toe and curse the one who placed the table, you feed corn. If you fight anyone, you feed corn. Corn is honorable. As long as they pursue martial prowess. What the fuck? If your will is strong enough, you can resist, but it's very tough. Reality is a reflection of the warp. Okay. They also feed Slanesh for honoring their skills to perfection. So was I right about the fact that these chaos gods were probably once normal, but it's because the world's being torn apart through war that they've turned into these things? I guess normal, quote unquote. Am I reading that correctly? Am I understanding? Looks like Bricky's pogging at me right now. I'm like learning and he's pogging. Kind of, yeah, before the war in heaven, the galaxy is at war because the orcs think it's the constant state of war. The warp was calm before the war in heaven. Okay. All right. They are a reflection of the thoughts and emotions of the galaxy, so at least a little. So the only way for the chaos gods to truly be defeated would be to stop a war, to stop fighting. Would that be the way that would like stop? Well, no, because they're all different. Okay, maybe I should watch more, and then we'll talk about this after. Okay.
God of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great
Wipe out all life.
conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9,
Like the flood.
Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear. His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that
I hate this one.
You had
Not this kid, the Slanesh. No, not Slanesh. Whatever his name is. I feel like this kid right now. Fuck!
You want him to do you so much you could do anything?
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another. And it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch
hang on one second. Okay, I'm back.
About your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
What do you mean gaslit?
But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience.
Yo.
Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune.
I hate this guy.
Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle
Papa.
is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, spoil, and everything in between comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid
what the fuck
life
am I looking
might
at?
be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one. And look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or
I'm gonna be 100% with you. I feel like I would not trust the guy that is pus-ridden to give me true salvation from my fear of death. For fear of what I would become after. Like, I feel like that would scare me more than if I was just like a rotting corpse. You don't get a choice. Chaos picks for you. I don't know who the fuck I'm going to feed when I die. I'm going to be honest. He can make you immune to pain. I guess if you don't really give a shit what you look like. Thanks, so you hate me then? No, right? Of course not. Like, if you don't give a fuck, and if you're immune to all, like, the diseases that are racking your body, then I guess, like, I really wouldn't give a fuck. Like, what Nurgle does to me. Papa accepts you what you are, though. I don't really get that vibe from him. Everyone keeps saying that, but I don't know if that's... I didn't really get that vibe from him. Hi, Joker. The best part about the Nurgle faction is that your comrades aren't trying to kill you. I imagine that Khorne's faction is probably killing each other pretty consistently. Tzeentch, I don't know. Tzeentch, I already forgot the name. I'm so dumb. I feel like, you know, at that point you won't matter what happens to you. You will become so lethargic. I guess so. Yeah, it's backstabbing, right? I guess if you want to feel safe to a degree, I guess Nurgle maybe. I don't know. It's so, I don't know why I'm trying to like decide which one. He's all for stagnation, so don't change, bestie. He's not going to like where I'm at now. I'm going to be honest with you. Chaos can control your mind. You can't always choose if you want to follow it or not. Okay. Is definitely killing you. Oh, Nurgle is brainwashing. Till some elf wizard turns off your pain resistance and makes you self-aware. I hope that doesn't happen in real life. As back stabbed themselves in the back. Oh, okay. The nerd faction just prank each other. Okay. All right. He accepts you wherever you are. He is everyone's grandfather. All right. Your shower praises Nurgle. Come on, man. My shower ain't that bad.
Or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is.
Oh, so you're happy.
Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the three major chaos gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had, or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons in Catan, the old ones made a new species.
Look at these outfits.
With innate power in the warp and the ability to harness
Who you call it a pinhead?
Mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Eldar! All right, so that was... Oh, these guys again. Yeah. Okay, the Chaos seems pretty cool. I imagine later he's going to get into the faction of the Chaos Space Marines, because I'm kind of curious to see how each one of them kind of came to be to worship these particular Chaos gods. I think that's going to be very interesting to see. Time to read the Horus Heresy. I'm sure it'll explain a little bit of it, right? I'm sure it'll explain a little bit of it. So humans don't even exist yet. Probably for the best. All right. I mean, the Chaos God. I mean, I'm still partial to the Necrons right now. I think Nurgle is the one. I don't know. It's either Nurgle or Khorne, but I also feel like, I don't know. At least you're happy when you're around Nurgle. Maybe you're happy. There's a potential to happiness, which I imagine in the 40k universe is not a very common thing to feel. I imagine happiness is a very brief and fleeting moment in the 40k universe. So, you know, there's a chance maybe you become some fucked up thing. Unless you're an orc. I'm very excited to hear about the orcs. I want to know more about them. I like them from Total Warhammer 3.
Pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind
Watch
would
out!
reach into the warp,
That thing's lumbering.
gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes. However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real
God, the 80s art is so
tangible
cool.
thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong
This
of
is the
will
80s art, I don't
means
know.
being strong of soul. And being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself.
Damn,
we sing
they're living good.
reality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Life is good. Oh. Rookie behind you!
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves, with a society so perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, if I'm just saying, like,
okay,
both
to be fair, to be fair, I mean, no. What I'm saying is the Colosseum existed. Humans have done that before. It's barbaric. Don't get me wrong, but going from cannibalism to what if we just people went in an arena and they fought to death? I mean, you know. Mindless Numpty, thank you for the tier 1, by the way. I appreciate it. 5 months, Bo nearly died multiple times. Truly a one-of-a-kind VTuber. That's me. And that's the reason why, if you're watching this YouTube video right now, you should subscribe and like so I won't die anymore. Thank you guys so much for watching. Okay.
Are willing and clear about it. Like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with
thank you again. Treasure Train. Treasure Train. Thank you for the tier 1.
Poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one
thank you for the tier 1 as well.
The trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse. The
okay, I think I understand now.
And they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of despair, it can also provide greater highs.
I don't think I like these guys.
Ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands
That's starting in 20 seconds, by the way. If you haven't subscribed, now's your chance.
The Eldar, all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slanesh.
Who?
Wait. Slanesh, the prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth chaos god with the sacred number of 6.
That thing's hitting the hookah pipe.
Slanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires. But for Slanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slanesh patrons are all
that's what I assumed,
and
from what I've been told.
They are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slanesh specifically derives from
that's the gayest shit imaginable.
However,
You're not gonna show me that?
think that Slanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and
Dude
scent
tricks on
and
it.
desire.
What the fuck?
And a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slanesh. One that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slanesh. Whiplash is Slanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam.
Thank you, Rai.
Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You
thank you as well.
Have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of these 6
What
layers
does this thing say?
of Slanesh's palace.
Feederism. What the fuck was that?
Ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and
Oh.
did so at a monumental
Ready, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it, man. Or 5 tier 1s. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you.
scale that they create a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment. Indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use. Every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
Oh.
With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible
They gooned too
that the
hard.
war ripped a hole permanently in our reality, a fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant.
Oh.
Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways.
Okay. All right, that's a lot. That was a lot. That was a fucking lot to take in. So, the Eldar gooned too hard and created a chaos god that destroyed 99% of their population. Is that what I'm? Is that the lore that I'm getting? Yeah. Yes. Yo, Sirach, thank you for the tier 1 as well. I appreciate it. Honestly, understandable. Come on, man. They gooned too close to the sun. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy lore. That is insane. So I would imagine that the Eldar probably aren't keen on fighting other people, right? Like the Eldar, I feel like have the most to lose at this point. I guess he's probably about to tell us something new. Maybe there's a way that they can keep. Because then I'm going back to what the Necrons are, right? Where it goes back to that point where, the Necrons. I'm like, how do they keep regenerating? If you have 99% of your population gone, this is a rhetorical question, I guess, because I imagine he's about to answer it. But even 99% of your population gone, how can you fight against orcs, the Imperium, Tyranids, the Necrons? I feel like life's kind of fucked. I feel like it's over.
In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main
Very
force
carefully
Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them.
Right, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well, getting us to level 4.
Large starship.
Thank you.
The size of a continent that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot,
yeah, I'm gonna pause again. I'm so sorry, YouTubers, audience. I guess editor, if you're editing this, I guess you could just skip ahead to when I'm done with this. Thank you so much, guys. Halo, thank you for the 5 tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys. Level 5 hype train. Now all subs, 5+ gifted subs are 35% off. Okay? They're 35% off right now. So if you guys want to gift some subs, now's the time to do it. All right? So something to keep in mind there if you guys want to... Oh, there we go. British Badger with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Rye with the 5 tier 1 subs as well, getting us started. Holy Giga Chads. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Draken with the 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you, man. Woo! Thank you, guys. Pink Horror with the 10 tier 1 subs as well. Thank you. Oh, and it just keeps going. My Face is awesome with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, man. We got so many Giga Chads right now. Holy. Guys, what chaos god are we feeding right now? Is this Slanesh? Is this excess? We're being fed excess. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, you absolute fucking giga chads. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gooning right. Okay, don't say that in chat. That I don't know how that did not get moderated, but that is crazy that was just allowed. That was just said. There was no auto mod. Auto mod got the word come earlier, but not gooning. So maybe there's, I don't know. Maybe they're just not hip enough. I don't know. That was, I don't know. I don't know what that was, but Bozo Coliseum when? No. I need you guys. I can't have you guys dying. Okay. If I get to like 2K viewers, maybe you guys can fight in a Coliseum. Otherwise, I'm going to protect you right now. Okay. You're my babies and I'm protecting you and you can't escape. Okay. I need you and you need me, but you just don't realize it yet. Okay. You're going to realize it. So you just haven't yet. We will remember that. No. Don't remember that. I would eat a bozo. They probably don't taste very good. Guys, thank you for the level 9 hype train. They don't gotta be to the death. That is true. Auto mod can outgoon this. Well, you're not wrong. The auto mod works for Slanesh, is what I'm figuring out right now, which is not good. Probably the last one that you want to have working for you. Your actions will have consequences. When haven't they? I think that's the real thing I need to ask myself is when haven't I had consequences for my actions? I think they've always caught up to me one way or another. So, you know, I knew that. That was the first lesson God taught me. I was taught at a very young age that my actions will have consequences, and I do that by rolling nat 20s or nat 1s, and there are no in-betweens. So that is something that I'm working with right now. Please eat me. All right, guys, come on. Is this that? Whatever. I'm not gonna go down that route. I'm not gonna go down that route. Okay. I'm not gonna do that, guys. We had 3 minutes left of the hype train. If you want to get this to a level 10, it's right there. Well, the video made us too horny. I sure hope not. Karma is real and it hates Bo specifically. I do think that's true. Another Vor. What do you mean another? I've never had a Vor stream. First off, let's not get that twisted here, okay? You must have been watching a different VTuber and you must have had a fever dream expecting it to be me. I have never had a Vor stream. All right, that's not a thing that happened here on this channel. That's not me. Now, I do know of a Vor VTuber. Okay, now, no, I'm not going to say their name because I don't want to put them on blast. But there was a debut of a VTuber that I saw on my Twitter, and I said, what the fuck is this? And I clicked on it, and they would, like, eat their viewers, and, like, you could see the inside of their tummy. So, you know, that was a thing that I witnessed. So I do know there's one out there. Everyone has their audience. Croc, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There's an audience for everything, guys. Okay, that's the thing we need to realize. Guys, we have 1 minute and 15 seconds to get to a level 10. We are right there, 41% of the way there. Okay, 41% of the way there. If we want to reach that, now is the time. Okay, now is the time. Remember, you get 35% off if you use 5+ gifted subs. Great purchase, great purchase. And you also help someone who's desperately in need of help in more ways than one. Me, your average Bo. If you ever wanted to give to the poor, now's the chance. Yo, Sarai, thank you for the 5 tier 1. I appreciate it. And Halo for another 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, getting us to a level 10. Thank you. Level 10. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. People are going to really be appreciating this. He slept on pizza boxes, guys. Keep the subs going. This did happen. This did happen. Can we also say hi to no, I got this. No, I got this. Namanarai. Whatever, dude. I need help. I need help is what I'm saying. Yo, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Can everyone say hi, by the way? Did we say that? Go hi. Hi. Welcome in, first time chatter. We're happy to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I butchered your name. I am a bit silly. So, and we use silly as a substitute for stupid. So, you know, if you were wondering, that is the case. Thank you so much. Yeah, listen, we can make the gnome. Just imagine the gnomes there. I have it all turned off so that I can make a YouTube video out of this. My poor editor is going to have to sit here and he's going to have to watch the hype train go on. And then I'm going to have to be like, all right, and we're back. And then we're going to press the video again. And then it's going to skip to the part where the hype train's done. Namanari. It probably is. I'm going to trust you on that. It's Namanari. There you go. The gnome has been silenced. Only for now. Only now. Guys, listen. You get points so quick in my chat that I think minus 3K is not even like... I need to do like a daily check-in thing. But it needs to be for like 10K points if I'm going to ever fix this economy. All right? It's fucked. It's so fucked. It's bad. It's bad, right? I almost have 60K. Yeah. So... You know, not a lot to spend it on. You got some hydrates. You got a bamp. You got things like that. You got the bow guys really pissing me off. I'm already at 200K. You need to set some more gambas? I do. But then we could have that one really rich person. I could play the gnome sound 344 times. That's okay. That's all right. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Guys, 3 minutes are remaining. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, actually. We are at 14% of a level 10. Can we get much higher, as they say? Can we get much higher? Yo! Never gonna find me. Thank you for the 100 bits. Someone say support the bow. They most certainly did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we're right there. 2 minutes remaining now. If we want to get to a level 11, that would be pretty poggers. Not gonna lie. Thank you guys for the support. I do appreciate it regardless. Absolutely fucking fantastic. And I appreciate you guys. So thank you guys for supporting me and tuning into the streams. It's very, very kind of you. And I'm hoping I can keep supplying you with more content as time goes on. I mean, I've been doing like 8 or 11 hour streams, to be honest. I think I've been giving VOD viewers and people when I was gone for 4 days, at least enough to watch 2 days worth of content. You know? I've gotten that at the very least. Bo, add Bo redeem back now. I can do that tomorrow. I can do that tomorrow. If you want. Bo, someone redeemed Dogbo and you missed it. That's not even a thing anymore. All right. That's not a thing anymore. All right. It needs to be a thing, right? But oh, Fleck with the 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you. 72% of the way to level 11. 72% of the way. Bazwan, guys, we got a Minowan in there. We got a Minowan in that. That's pretty cool. Minowan spotted. Guys, we're right there. 71% of the way. 72% of the way to level 11. There it is. Pink Horror with the 5 tier 1 subs, getting us to a level 11 hype train. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Pink Horror. I appreciate it. And thank you everyone else that has given. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so fucking much. What happened to the head pass as well? So basically when I got my new model, I had to open up a new thing on Warudo. So a lot of the things that I made for redeems, I have not copied over yet. So I need to copy it over. Probably tomorrow I will. And then I can have the head pats back. And then it should all be back. Scepter, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Subs are basically free right now. Don't want to brag or anything like that. But 5+ gifted subs are 35% off. Something to think about. Most suited at shadow thing? Oh yeah, most certainly. It'll probably also still break my neck. Everything about my stream is scuffed. So it will most likely be scuffed in some shape, way, or form. Such is the nature of the beast with me. So something to look forward to, I suppose. But yeah. Also, I've noticed, actually, you know what? I'll say that when we get done with this. People wonder why I gift subs when they walk in randomly. This is why. My scuff streamer. That's me. That's me. I'm the scuff streamer. It's me. I gifted 5 full price to get you all the 35% discount. Don't waste this. As you're letting Reddy down. All right. You're letting Reddy down. I mean, listen, I I understand when people walk in here and they go, how the fuck did I get a gifted sub here? Right? They're like, why is there so many gifted? What happened here? Right? I feel like that's a pretty common occurrence. People come in here and they go, I don't get it. They go, what the fuck? What do you mean I got a gifted sub in here? The fuck happened? It's a thing that just happens, you know? It's a thing that just happens. And I have to be like, yeah, you got gifted to the best community ever. Welcome to your average bow community. And then I never see them again. They literally come in and they go, what the fuck was I gifted a sub? And then they leave. I said one. I stuck around. That is true. Small Long Dragon did stick around. That is true. We do get lucky sometimes. We do get lucky and get some really amazing bozos that stick around. Yo! Sids, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs as well. I appreciate it. 48% of the way to a level 12 hype train. We are right there. Wait, was your therapy session where you cried over a month ago? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't cry. Cowgirls don't cry, first off. But you should ping the Discord about the treasure train. I'm okay. I don't think I need to ping the Discord about it. Never happened. Yeah, that never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't cry. I'm a man and I don't cry and I bottle my emotions. Cheese Rep, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you to wow, thank you to Owl03_Toby. Thank you. The discount is paid for by Bo, by the way. It's an opt-out setting. What? You can opt out of a treasure train? Why would you do that? I guess if you like, I guess it's probably an opt-out setting because I don't think you get as much money when it's a level, right? When it's a treasure train. It's a little excessive. Don't ping. Yeah, I'm not going to ping for that. I think it'll be okay. So you get more money. Money. Cat girls don't meow. Minnie is in big trouble. That is the case. Minnie is in big trouble. Guys, 1 minute, 52% of the way to a level 12. We are right there. But it's super rare, so it encourages gifting. Yeah, I don't mind it. But more subs? Yeah, I don't mind it. Worth it, to be honest? Yeah, I think it's worth it. I don't mind it. I think it's a very cool thing. 1 minute remaining. Jorker is in trouble too, if that's the case. Is Jorker meow? Well, I think if you really push for it, you can make partner level 2. Possibly. I mean, I don't know when the level 2 ends. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Oh god, Anonymous coming in strong. Give me the money. Give me money. Thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, Anonymous. Whoever you are. Thank you. Absolute fucking Giga Chad hiding amongst us. Now we're to a level 12 hype train. Can we get much higher? Joker has meowed for us. Oh. I was not aware of that lore. Yo, Ulti with the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. Choo choo. Bo is cute. I am? It's the little things. It's the little things. Warhammer. Yes, we're going to get back to Warhammer after the hype train. But I wanted to pause it because I'm going to try to make a YouTube video out of this. So the count resets every month, but if you make it for 3 months, for a year, you almost made it last month. I feel like I've almost always made it to level 2. But a lot of my subs are from gift. Bo is cute. Pass it on. Wow. It's so rare I get one of these. It's so rare I get one of these. That's very sweet. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, guys. Aw. Thank you, guys. I don't really get this very often. I try. I mean, not try to be cute. I think that kind of comes naturally. But, you know, I do what I can to appeal myself to you. Which, you know, I don't really think that's a lot. But I do try. We had one other like it, but I don't think Automod doesn't like it. Well, that's probably for the best. I like the bow is cute. I think the bow is cute is way better than whatever Automod probably sniped. And there's probably a reason for Automod to snipe it if I had to take a wild guess. He is masculinity defined, the perfection of the male form. Male mental health awareness month. It is. And I'm fucking aware of my mental health decline. I'm aware, fellas. It is down the drain. It is. It's all right though. I'll be fine. Cowgirls don't cry. No therapist? No. No. I'm gonna do the guy thing and not get one, and I'm just gonna grit my teeth. It's what I'm gonna do. That's my bit. No, that's my bit now. I do that. That's me. These streams are your therapy? Probably not the best. Probably not the best, but it's fine. Healthy coping strategies. Woo! Woo! I can't be sad if I'm streaming all the time, which is why I do 10 to 11 hour streams. If I don't think about it, it's not there. Guys, 1 minute and 20 seconds. For the level, what is it? Let me look. Level 13, we're right there. 7%. 2 real bow, dial it back. What if I fucking committed harder because of that? No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. I thought about it for a brief minute though. I have that bad habit where someone tells me not to do something and then that makes me want to do it more. I'm that. That's me. The reverse psychology goes crazy. And I can't be sad if I'm watching all the time. Dude, we're a symbiotic relationship. Dude, yes. Yes. Guys, thank you so much for the level 12. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it very, very, very much. You guys are absolutely fucking incredible. And I really, really appreciate you guys, okay? Bo, don't buy a 40k army. That was me considering. I was trying to do that one, well, you know what it is. All right. You guys ready? Thank you guys again for the level 12 hype train, treasure train. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's going to be great. People are going to have a cut and are going to come back and it's going to say, Bo, getting a therapist is bad. Don't do it. And they're going to be like, what the fuck happened in that brief moment? They're going to be like, what the fuck was going on in that? Like, where they... Battery acid spaghetti. That's what Necrons eat? Yo, God Gramps, welcome in. Hi. Hi. Welcome in. All right. Let's get back to Warhammer. All right. Here we go. Editor, now is the time to get back, by the way. We are back. 3, 2, 1, and we're back. Okay.
Well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down the path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point: Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on.
What the fuck was that jar for?
The Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaaneish's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a phoenix.
Holy shit, that's a cool design.
Down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries
some cool
within
outfits.
the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way.
The Craftworld guys are kind of like
mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced
like
to drift aimlessly through the galaxy,
old gods,
trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Commorragh.
That shit went hard.
This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains.
I want the remix of that.
The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the
I need to pause real quick. I didn't even talk about the Craftworld Eldar. They out of all of them, okay, not saying they're good guys or anything like that, because obviously they're not, because they wouldn't be in this scenario if they were good guys, right? But they're kind of just like, you know, they're kind of just there. I think, are they just trying to, are they fighting people for a particular reason? Are they trying to like reclaim anything? Are they just trying to like exist? Because it sounds like they're almost to extinction. Is what it sounds like. They're just holding on. They would kill an entire planet to preserve a single Eldar life. They're also arrogant as fuck and scheme a lot. Okay, so they're just fucking... They're assholes is what I'm getting. Remnants of a fallen empire trying to exist with the mistakes of their past. They see non-Eldar as animals and will fight to reclaim lost soul stones, but not that really that different from like humans. Yeah, I mean, I'm about to say, like, they don't really seem, I'm pretty sure they're kind of racist, but isn't everyone in the Warhammer universe kind of racist? Isn't that just, the post-Nut Clarity faction is fucking crazy to say. That is fucking crazy to define them as the post-Nut Clarity faction. That is what you have just done. You have named the Craftworld Eldar as the post-Nut Clarity faction. That's true though, but it's true. I mean, I hate that you're right. And I think that that's what bothers me the most about it. Is that you're kind of fucking right. And that kind of pisses me off. That if you think about it, the Tau, okay, I'm not going to say the Tau are the good guys. I'm going to stop trying to apply the word good guys to people in Warhammer. I need to just stop trying to do that. I need to stop trying to look at it like I do the Horde and the Alliance, where the Alliance were obviously the good guys at first, and then the Blizzard has no idea how to write the Horde as decent people because they can't be fucking bothered to write a decent fucking story to save them for their goddamn lives. Okay, so I'm going to stop looking at it like that. All right? That's... For YouTube viewers who are Warcraft fans, I played Warcraft for like most of my life, okay? I'm allowed to shit on Blizzard, all right? I feel like I should have that privilege. Also, I roleplayed on World of Warcraft, so, you know, I've been in deep, okay? Allow me to shit on the lore, okay? That used to mean something to me, okay? That shit used to mean something to me. I had to fucking know that shit, all right? They would not let you fucking roleplay on Wormrest Accord unless you knew that fucking lore, all right? God damn it. Anyways, sorry. Warhammer. We're here about Warhammer. We're not here about my fucking trauma. It's better to find some things as not totally not evil. Okay. Shitting on Blizzard is universal right. That is true. That is true. I feel like it is a rite of passage. Okay. So I mean, the Craft World Eldar are pretty interesting. I like them. I like that they're just kind of, I mean, not trying to just exist because they're obviously like, you know, like you guys said they would purge an entire planet if it meant to save one Eldar. But I mean, to be fair, their population, 99% of it's fucking gone. So I kind of like, I don't think it's right, but I kind of understand why they would be like, we got to get that fucking Eldar. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of understand why, if you have like a limited number of your people remaining, every little bit is like a punch to the gut and like another failure. Also, they said that people can't pass. Okay, he did the quote earlier out of curiosity. And he said people try to do the trial, but the young ones, when they become of age, they give themselves up into Slanesh. Is that what happened? Like, even though they have children, the children grow up and then Slanesh corrupts them. Like, is that like a more common thing that happens for them? Just hit play, lol. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to engage with my chat here. I'm trying to engage in. I'm serious. Okay. All right, man. My bad. Shit. Guys, why is there a fucking target site? What the fuck is that? There's like a red dot in front of my computer right now. What the fuck is that? How did that get there? What the fuck is that? You guys see that? Is that on the screen? Huh.
General Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara
I don't, Lemur. I was
kept
just kidding.
partying. When Slanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology.
Okay.
The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst.
Damn, that's a fucking devious ass laugh.
They have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If I was a Astra Militarum, which I think are the foot soldiers, if I recall correctly, for the Empire, and I saw a Drukhari raiding ship come in, and we were fighting, and they said it's a lost cause, I'm shooting myself. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. The moment they said they boarded the ship, I'm going, well, they're gonna take me. That's what I would just fucking go for it. But they might revive you anyways. Nah, that's heresy, brother. Brother, brother. That's me talking to the Space Marine. Brother, please give me permission. Brother. Brother, I'm begging you, please, brother! Brother! Brother!
In an extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their archons. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever-increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever-increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that
I'm gonna be so real with you. I feel like this was the most appropriate image that he could have found. Like, I feel like he typed in this and he probably found like a lot of different images that was just not appropriate for YouTube. So he was like, I just gotta pick this one. Like, that's what this feels like to me. Like, not saying anything about the art. I think the art's very beautiful. However, I feel like everywhere else he looked at it and went, there's no way I can put this on YouTube. There's no way I can get away with this. What are these guys called? Hang on. I'm gonna do a little experiment of my own. Not for any reason. Oh, it's actually the second recommendation. Believe it or not. It's the second recommendation. So, you know, maybe I was wrong about that. You know, you could put any of these. What the fuck is this one? Okay, you know what? That's enough. I scrolled down too far. There comes a point when you're scrolling down on Google that you hit a point where you gotta go, I gotta stop.
Rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the Fleshsmiths control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been.
I'll be honest with you, you turn me into a chair. I mean, they probably enjoy that, right? They probably enjoy the screaming. I was gonna say I would just scream as loud as I possibly could at any point, but they probably get off of that. Like, that's probably like their thing. You know what I mean? It feeds them, yeah. So I guess the right option would be not to do make any noise at all. You know what I mean? Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. You know? Scream when they're talking, interrupting. That's what I'm saying, dude. If you put me in like your fucking study quarter, I'm gonna wait till you start studying and I'm gonna keep like sneezing. I'm gonna figure out a way to sneeze as a chair. Just to fucking bother you when you're like trying to study. I'm gonna wait till it's really quiet and you're trying to do some important paperwork. I'm gonna go like that. And I'm like, I'm sorry. And I'm gonna wait for them to relax again. Fucking do it again. Won't they just get rid of you? Good. Fucking toss me out somewhere. I don't. Actually, that might be worse. Never mind.
They become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste.
Definitely what the Drukhari do. I'm sure they have to study.
Was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites, or the Harlequins. Exodites
Oh.
believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs
That's
like
badass.
dogs. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance
I like the
their
designs.
foes
I really
into a
do.
grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand.
Oh.
Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I
What?
suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species.
Man, so wait. Okay. So these Drukhari are they don't really torture. They kind of just show up and just okay, just to clarify. The Harlequins seem like they just show up and they just cause mischief and then they fucking leave. Oh, they're not Drukhari, they're just Eldar. Ayla. Well, they aren't Dark Eldar at all. Oh. It's a separate sub-faction of Eldar. So these aren't from the craft world, and these aren't Drukhari either. Right? They're from... Any Eldar can join it. Oh. So it's just a subsection that anyone can join. Still elves, imagine what things they find funny. Okay. Because see, I thought this was like I thought this was like the Drukhari, like one of their soldier factions. You know what I mean? Like a sub faction of their army is what I was under the idea of. That the Harlequins and then the other ones, I can't even remember what the other ones was called. I've completely blanked on them. The Harlequins have completely just overtaken my brain. What were the other ones? Let me look. The ones that ride on the dinosaurs. Yeah, the Exodites. So the Exodites just like any Eldar just rolling up. They just want to live and be left alone. Okay. All right. I mean, that seems pretty chill, all things considered. I think the Exodites would be a fun army to collect if I was gonna do one. The Harlequins are also pretty cool. I think it'd be fun to paint them. You know what I mean? I think it'd be kind of fun to paint those like as an army. They don't exist as an army. They don't exist as an what? What do you fucking mean? They wrote a faction of elves that ride on the back of dinosaurs and live in a fucking jungle, and you're not going to make it a goddamn faction? Why did you write it then? Why did you include it? Just don't fucking include it if you're not going to give us the... What the fuck? Why? They were so cool. Could you imagine having a figure where one of them is on the back of a dinosaur, like painting that? Old ideas? That it's not like canon anymore? There are a lot of factions that exist in lore but aren't armies in game. To edge you. I don't want to be fucking edged. Let me release! Sorry. Sorry, that was a lot. I'm so sorry. That was too much. I'm sorry. That was too much. They ride on the dinos of the Lizard Man. Yo! I love the Lizard Man. They also have books, a lot of books. But no books that tell you how to play them as an army. Why sell elves riding dinosaurs when you can sell Starship Troopers version 50? Wild to show up when Bo just said that. I'm sorry. Okay, so I can't. So you're telling me basically if I wanted to have a Harlequin army or the Exodites army, I can't. That's just not a thing. Like there's no like battle or anything like that. Harlequins are a sub-army. So you can't make a full army out of them? Buy a 3D printer. But if I was gonna like, if I wanted to do like a Warhammer like tournament or something like that, they'd be like, that's not a fact. That's not something you can use. But it's pretty difficult to make it competitive. Correct. They have models, but no rules. They have no models and no rules for the Exodites. The novel division of GW has around 1,000 books in their collection. Okay. Figure something out with the Warhammer Fantasy Lizard people. Kit Bash? Probably. Take a lot of effort to convert models, and you'd have to use them as other Eldar models. Rules of cool for friendly play. Man, that sucks, dude. I mean, the Eldar, I think, would still be a fun faction to play as. Does the Eldar themselves have a rule book that I can play? Are the Eldar still a viable faction? Yeah? Okay. So I could play the Eldar if I wanted to. Okay. But just not any of the subsection ones. Okay. That's unfortunate. That fucking sucks. They just got a bunch of new stuff. Oh, okay, cool. Craft World and Dark Eldar are playable. Okay. I actually just got theirs a couple months ago. I got a massive model range refresh. Oh, you could in theory. So now if I was going to get like an Eldar army, now's the time, basically, is what I'm hearing. You could, in theory, make conversions of standard Eldar armies of dinosaurs. Jet bikes could be replaced with pterodactyls, for example, and just say it's the Exodites. That is true. Or in the Eldar main book. Not on their own, at least. Harlequins have like 2 units you can play in the Eldar army. They're also a super faction, Yanari. So am I getting this right? Does the Eldar just have like a re-release? Like in terms of like a model upgrade and everything like that? So if someone was gonna like make, I don't know, a Warhammer army, maybe the Eldar would now be like the time to go and do that. I kind of like the Eldar. I think they're kind of cool. Which I know it comes crazy from your average bow talking about elves. All right. But a lot of their old resin models got redone with plastic with more modern designs. The models they just redid were over 20 years old. Eldar just had a resculpt releases. Yeah, you will like the Oryx. Okay, you're right. I need to hold off before I decide. I'm going to let this first video play, and then I'll decide. I'll decide what army I think I would like to play. Because when I go to my part-time job at the hobby store, I might pick myself up an army. I might look into figuring out like what books I need to get or whatever like that, and just fuck around and look.
Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarok, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy.
The little fucking goblin up there? Do you see that? The little goblin up there. The Harlequins are not. Oh, wait, no, this is supposed to be. Okay, wait, this is not literal. Okay, my bad. I thought this was like a thing casting a spell and they had like little fucking goblins on their side. And I was like, look at them go. Yeah!
Before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together.
I did release, thank you.
Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader, and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned, religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so,
wait,
he needed
the Emperor, oh fuck, the Emperor started on Terra? That was where, I guess, oh, they said he didn't know where he came from, but I guess the first place to fall into the Imperium was Terra. So Terra is like the home world for like humans still, like it's not somewhere else. Yes? Okay. I didn't know.
Him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
Oh, I know these guys.
Mars and Terra were close allies.
These are guys that fight
unification.
AC units.
Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the red planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the Cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red.
Crazy what a fallout shelter will do to you.
The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is three-in-one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum,
I imagine
they
so.
saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there, and they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy, but the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm gonna be so real with you. I know that he just defeated all AI and everything like that, but I mean, listen, man. If I landed on a planet that has all this stuff, I understand. He's probably like, yes, I am. You are right. Woo! Absolutely, man. Whatever you want. Hey, by the way, build war machines for us. All right.
Remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars will be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This
Oh, they have to author a tithe.
meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium.
Ooh.
Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it.
Okay.
But unlike the fact
So I don't know. I'm sure he's going to talk more about it, but I do know a little bit about the Adeptus Mechanicus, right? I know what I know about them is that someone on Twitter posted a thing from Space Marines 2, where they put a seal of approval on an AC unit, or something like that, which meant that I don't know if they pray to the machine for it to work. Like I assume that's what they do. So a purity seal, which does that mean that they just fucking pray? They come up to it and go, please work. I'm begging you, Omnisire. Like, you know what I mean? And then the thing's like, ring, like that. Like, does that really even fucking do anything? I'm sure he's going to tell me. I'm sure he's going to be like, it actually does work somehow, right? But like, it must be so easy to do quality control if all you got to do is fucking pray. Their prayers are drawn from user manuals. But when they make something new, what is the user manual? Okay, I'm sure he'll tell me.
Factories of today, the Forge Worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether.
They don't make something new.
Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus,
that's ultra heresy. Oh, my bad. Whoa, I didn't know.
Big no-no.
Dude, what the
and
fuck?
Basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come
What the fuck?
with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay!
Oh.
So now you can.
Bro, I'm
I'm
gonna be honest with you. That is not a fucking baby, brother. That is a 40-year-old balding old man that they have said was a baby before they fucking got him. That is not a goddamn baby. I'm fucking telling you that right now. I know times are tough on Mars in the Forge world, and I know babies probably don't come out looking as babyish as they probably should. That's not a baby. That's not a baby.
Got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Is showing.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop.
I don't know what that means.
Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counterseptic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process shrank them to fit their bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor, to stop their hair from growing," he said. "Freaking sweet, Lois!" As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself.
Everything's
All
stagnant.
knowledge is
Nurgle's
already
happy.
in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a
I feel like I don't know what to say. Like, I'm just like,
also oversees the
I'm
entirety
enthralled.
of the Mechanicum below.
You know?
Them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise.
Is that a giant robot with a forge on its back? Did I see that?
Despite them.
Holy shit. Is that a walking robot with a giant forge on its back? Yes? Feels a little. Like there's not a lot of room to move around with that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking at a lot of bridges here, and I don't know if you can step over them. Yeah, I didn't talk during that. Oh, they're building one. Oh, okay. Listen, I didn't talk during a lot of that. I feel like as a reactor right now, I probably should have. I was just absorbing the information. I was like, this is a lot. And I was also thinking of like different things, you know, like, you know, another rhetorical question, I guess. And I know he'll probably answer it here soon. But like, what if there was like an off branch? I don't know. I feel like if you build the same ship over and over and never do any improvements, your enemies would be able to figure out the weaknesses for it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, if we hit this one certain spot of the ship, there's going to be a weakness in the hull. You know what I mean? And they're going to be like, oh, like, I don't know how you don't adapt and not immediately get your shit stomped every time that you go into battle. Like, the enemy's going to eventually learn how your shit works. You're not wrong in that here, so you should be punished. Oh. I don't like that you're talking too much sense, buddy. That sounds like heresy to me. Hi, Maple. Hope the day is well. It is. Welcome in, Maple. Good to see you. Just punch it harder. Okay. Interesting. So there could be more of those machines out there that, like, you know, tell you stuff. So, you know, there's that as a possibility. That maybe there's like another upgrade to a ship or something like that. I don't know. We'll know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Hi, Maple. We're learning about Warhammer stuff right now, so we're kind of nerding out a little bit. Bo, could you pull out the dog ears real quick? All right, listen, I'm trying to do a react, so I'll pull them out just real quick, but then I'm gonna have to get rid of them. Okay. There. All right. There you go. That's it. Okay, guys, we're talking about Warhammer. Okay, you are a pretty mutt. Not handsome, pretty. Also, they look like bat ears. They're up a little high. I could lower them down a little bit, but that would take me actually having to do stuff. So I'm gonna get rid of them. Okay, there we go. That's enough. We got a Warhammer. Warhammer, guys. Okay, listen, we can't be doing VTuber stuff. We're trying to be Warhammers. Okay.
Them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military
Blood for the Blood God.
They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots.
Wait, I want to look at that picture again. I really like this armor. I like this armor. This is cool looking. It almost reminds me of Stormtroopers in a way. Or like the clone troopers, like before they transitioned over into the Stormtroopers. You know what I mean? Yeah, we have all the sound alerts turned off because I'm trying to make a YouTube video out of this. Look at that face Ricky's making. He's so excited. I really like this. This is cool looking armor.
20s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course,
that's cool looking too.
Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately,
they're
their
expensive.
very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars.
Expensive?
To bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors.
Oh,
these
Space Marine.
men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
Space Marines!
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself. But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Archon. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability
wait, he did this, not the Adeptus?
Analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself.
Oh, he looks cool. Who's that?
And
oh, you can't really
go
even see him.
As follows in order: Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Perturabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon.
I forgot everyone.
Sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in
He looks like he's having a
luxury.
great time.
Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard.
Oh, Salamanders. I know those guys.
Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers,
hope he goes into all of them.
Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself.
Oh, I thought they were made in
Seems a
vat.
bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being
separate videos.
Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe under.
Wait a minute. Well, wait, what? Hang on.
Literally anything. A spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat.
What? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Eat brain, get thinks? They can eat brains for knowledge. Huh? Meat's back on the menu, boys. Yeah, the lore gets weird. Yeah, that's a fucking weird thing to learn about the Warhammer. Is it weird that out of everything that feels like the most implausible? No, I was about to say the same thing, Tellerine. I was about to be like, that's so weird that like out of everything, this is the one that's like, what? For me. So if they had to fucking know what their enemy was planning, they could pick up their enemy like general's brain and fucking eat it, and they would like learn like what the plans were. Pretty much. I've never seen a space marine do that before, and there needs to be more fiction about that. I need a fucking, because this is news to me. I need more shit where the space marines are just like, oh, and just like fucking just like eat someone. And they're like, okay, I guess the space marine's eating a person. All right.
Bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the space marine to interface with their power armor directly.
You can fucking spit acid? Hell yeah, brother. What the fuck? All space marines can do this? It's not like a particular chapter? Oh, okay. So this is like a particular chapter that can spit acid. No, all of them can. What the fuck? Some are defective. Okay. Huh. But bits of the user manual get lost. Okay. Interesting.
Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is... The Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right,
I don't know if he's gonna go into it, so I'm gonna pause. Is a dreadnought, is that like they put you in, there's like no getting out? It's not like a mech. It's just like, well, you're in it. Good luck. You go until you die. It's actually a coffin. It's life support. Mecha wheelchair ICU. They're robotic coffins. So if you're a Space Marine and you get injured and you're not able to fight anymore, they put you in one. And then it's like, all right, go back out there. Because see, I thought they were just mechs. I had no idea. I thought they were just mechs. Like you could get in and out of. That's kind of badass. Kind of badass. Only for real heroes, though. The suits are rare. Oh, okay.
Freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example.
Those are my guys!
Have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely
like
large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. The Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1,100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all
Erebus. All my homies hate
defiles
Erebus.
the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving. To the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that
I didn't think the Imperium had a navy.
Mobile and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over.
Yeah, I thought it was like a Starfleet. Like, why do you need stuff in the ocean?
Right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be
never
an
mind. We're not talking about the
escort
ocean.
vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a sea-wise giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And of course, generally speaking, gliding
How's the Imperium still
is a very
alive?
slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40k is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that
Wait, what did you just say?
third eye. An abhuman. It's a mutated.
Every single result on Google Images is just furry art or cat girls. Yes, those are different things. Well, not on the furry tier list. If you're going to be honest, that's a tier 1 furry, actually. If we're going to go by the tier list, that's a tier 1 furry. I don't want to be the one to say it. Tier 1 furry. Okay, we've already been over this before. We've talked about this. That is a level 1 furry. All right.
Human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye.
Tier 1 like you, I do not see animalistic features other than these hands wrapping around your fucking throat as I throttle you.
Reality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though.
The fuck am I looking at?
Space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it.
Woo!
So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct.
OG Dune? I've never seen Dune.
Souls
Should watch it.
Unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or again, reality. What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds, but there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair, permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the
Oh, Jesus.
is not a specific fact.
Jesus. Okay. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. It seems like the Imperium of Man is fucked. In more ways than one, obviously. But like, I mean, I knew it was going to be bad. But I'm more so talking about the fact that, like, how did they make it? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like one encounter with a enemy that is slightly more technologically advanced than you, it's over. It's over. Because, like, it fucking takes you forever to load a fucking bullet in yours, and they have, like, things doing it. You know what I mean? It's a numbers game. Mass and inertia. So it's just the only way the Empire, the Imperium of Man can win is if they come into a battle with like 2,000 fucking ships at once. And that's the only way they can win. Realistically, if they're going against something that has better, superior technology. Human life is a currency. One ship 2,000 times bigger. If you had 3 million dudes with 26, you'll eventually kill the 2,000 guys with guns and armor. They can lose battles as long as they win wars. They have enough gunships to black out the sky. Yeah, because half the ships are fucking the size of the atmosphere almost. From the sound of it, like, of course you can block out the sky. Like, they're fucking massive ships. I'm more like if the Eldar appeared with their gunships, like, what are the odds that the Imperium is going to win? Like, they just probably need more people, right? Imperium kills planets to avoid losing. We have millions others. There's just a lot of Imperium to conquer. You can fight 40 battles when the enemy can only fight 4. You're effectively winning 36 plus. Also, it does not matter how many hours to reload one gun if that one gun destroys a planet. They have that ability? Is it just like one gun can just completely destroy a planet? Is that... like, they just have that on their ship, the ability to shoot a planet once and it just destroys it entirely? Yes. That was just old knowledge that the humankind had, that the Adeptive Mechanicus was like, oh, guys, by the way, we discovered how to do this. Do not question the Imperium. This is sounding like heresy. Be warned, Bo. The Inquisition does exist. I'm just trying to learn, okay? It's not me. I'm just trying to figure out. I guess they kind of cheat with old AI tech sometimes. The Adeptive Mechanicus cheat? Is the last option, and they do not use it lightly. The big advantage that the Imperium has is their heavily enhanced leaders and ruthlessness. The disadvantages are unlimited. Pick your poison. Crust Cracker Torpedo, Virus Bomb, or Void Torpedo. I think I'd just rather you fucking Virus Bomb me. And then the Tyranids are surrounding everyone. It's also called a Core Breaker or something. It shatters a planet from the core and then turns the entire thing to just asteroids and space rubble. Okay. The Imperium is still technologically advanced. They just don't know how to run that stuff properly. Also, the Imperium is rich. I didn't even think they needed to pay people. Like, I imagine you don't get paid to be in the army. Like, that's just not a thing. Like, you're in the army now. Fuck you. I don't imagine there's like a wage for anyone. I'm just doing this because rich as in if you have resources. Okay. You get some food paste. Oh, yummy. You get to not die. Oh. Excel would probably be the best tech they could rediscover. Probably, to be honest. There's a fan theory that the demon Satan trapped in Mars is actually what the Mechanicus is unknowingly worshipping. I can believe that. It's an honor to fight for the Imperium. The corpse starch is alright, I guess. Corpse starch? Virus bomb selected. All biological life melts into soup. The methane created is then ignited and would set a firestorm to cleanse the planet. Well, at least it'd be over quick, I guess. Sometimes the planet just needs to be stopped being a planet. You can't take it back, and sure, no one gets it. Imperium has going for it is that the Tau are tiny, the Eldar and Necrons have limited objectives, and the Orcs can be killed early, and the Tyranids are mostly not here yet. Okay. Alright, I was just wondering, because, like, again, I said it earlier with the Adeptus Mechanicus. If your enemy can just learn where the weak spots are on your ships, it's fucking over, because they never upgrade anything. They have a certain types of ships they make, and then there's nothing else. So if your enemy is just like, oh yeah, we can hit the enemy right here at this one spot, this will ignite the inside of the ship or whatever. I mean, that's going with the theory that there is a weak spot on the ship. There could not be, right? But, you know, that's what I'm saying is like, how are they still around? They're still somewhat advanced. Also, the Space Marines, let's see. Space Marines and some other types of warriors are physically stronger than most Xenos. Yeah, I mean, you know. Whoa, heresy detected. That's not heresy. That's not heresy. I'm just asking a question if the Imperium knows how to combat that. They probably won't be around for that long. So none of the enemies have figured out, like, guys, I figured out. Your question is heresy. Questions are heresy. Alright, I guess we can get hit in the starboard side directly underneath the main gun and fucking explode. That's fine. And then we can go, why are our ships going down? Innocence proves nothing. Oops. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt. I'm full of doubt. I'm full of doubt. I'm just wondering. I don't think most of the universe don't care about humans to kill them. The Imperium is generally losing ground all around and is considered doom just slowly. Oh. So the Imperium is dying is what I'm getting. Everyone's dying. Who's winning? I guess we'll find out.
Action of the Imperium in the same sense and format of this
Orcs?
video.
Oh.
It is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the
Imperial Guard.
I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge.
That's not very.
No better
I don't feel good about that. That was not a very reassuring.
Than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds,
Commissar, this man right here. No.
Number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial.
This gonna make you guys laugh. The only thing I really know about the Imperium Guard is sometimes I get recommended art on Twitter where there's a guy that's part of the Imperium Guard and he has like an elven and Eldar girlfriend. And there's like art of him like looking at a picture of her, and I guess like the commissar is like, your wife has exceptionally large ears, and he's like that. That's all I know about the guards is I guess maybe they kiss elfin women sometimes. You know, maybe that's the thing that happens. I don't know. I don't know the lore. I don't know. Looks like heresy, but she looks like heaven.
Made.
Fuck.
manifest. Every year,
They don't really?
lords
Oh.
of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering
All the data you
might
stream and upload
of
and
the
download is just
Imperial
electrons,
Guard.
which have
With
almost
the
no
knowledge that the
mass.
Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their
that's what you guys were telling me.
overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle, and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a
All these
guardsman
different
is about
outfits are cool.
15 hours from deployment, and
What?
considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you,
What?
it can really screw the numbers.
They did that?
The soldiers of the guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their
How the
training
fuck
and
they
their
throwing moon
combat
at you?
style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops.
Oh,
The
Kadia!
other notable guard factions include the gas mask clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan Jungle
I know about these
Fighters,
guys.
and the Iron Willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps
I,
them
okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. You can't say the Iron Will, and I'm looking at a picture of someone fucking crying sitting down on the ground. All right, that's not that. The will is gone, brother. All right, the will has left in this image. Okay, there's nothing left. This is not willpower.
specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly
Those guys are
interesting
cool looking.
officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as—
Hey, I got a question. Can I make an entire army out of the Imperial Guard? Is that a possibility? Yes, I don't need like a Space Marine or anything. That'd be cool. I think I'd like that. I mean, I might not win a lot, but I think that'd be fun. Because I really like the designs of a lot of these guys. They can be super strong. It's a lot of dudes and tanks. I think that's kind of cool, though. I really, really like the designs that I've been looking here for some of the guards and stuff. Like, it's really cool. Like, these guys in particular are, like, really, really neat. I like the, let's see. The Krieg looks pretty cool. I mean, just the normal guys, if you will, as well. These guys are awesome. Like, every time I look at their outfits, I'm like, these are fucking awesome. Like, even these guys are fucking awesome. Like, I like the design of the Astra Militarum. I would like to. I think I would like to get an army of these guys. I think this would be really fucking cool. If you want to paint like 100+ dudes with rifles and then 10+ tanks, then yeah, I mean, shit, I ain't got anything else fucking going on. You, the player, make the lore and the uniform. They are your dudes. Oh, that's so cool. They are the average Joes in 40K. They're perfect for me. Had horse-mounted troops. Oh, that's so cool. I think, okay, the Astra Militarum, I think, is like what I think I would want to go with right now. Like, all the other stuff is cool, but I don't know. Something about these guys are just awesome. I really fuck with it. Buy an airbrush, you'll thank me later. I think I'm gonna get my first army to be the Astra Militarum. Average Joe is led by an average bow. I like this. This is awesome. Horse girl bow waking up to average men with horses. I think that's Bricky's favorite faction too. I mean, I understand. I get it. These guys are fucking awesome looking. You said about half the factions so far? Yeah, listen, I was very unsure about a lot of them. The Salamanders are, I think, the Space Marine unit that I'd like to pick. Because they're the first ones I learned about. But I really like the Imperial Guard. I like the different outfits. I like the ways they look. I like that there's so many different takes on them. I think it's cool. There are plenty more factions coming. That is true. That is true. Maybe I should hold off. I don't know. I like these guys though.
Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the Commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part, because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard. So
It does have to be cool.
Let's take a look at this image right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum.
I love them. I love them.
Cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking. But zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people. And behind those people are tanks. And behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky.
I love them.
Their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe.
I could pay my own commissar too to put in the group, maybe?
Fight. Foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogrids that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though
I love these guys.
High orbit with nothing but a
I love these guys.
Though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home.
Just like me, dude, they're just like me!
A guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In
I
the
love
end,
him.
the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts.
Oh yeah,
they
Arm,
are
someone
sent
recommended them to me
are
as well.
attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and
what is this
Space Marines,
armor?
the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars
Whoa!
to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the
Who
biggest
are these
question
guys?
needed to be asked was,
Whoa,
they
they're
find?
like medieval armor. That's so fucking cool. Who are those guys? What are their group? Does anyone know? Who knows? They're someone's dudes. Dude, they're so fucking cool. I can't identify with the regiment. This guy's so fucking cool, dude. I love the idea of these guys. A medieval. God, that looks so fucking cool. I don't think they're still made. Oh, man.
The age of strife lasted for
I love those
thousands of
guys.
years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once in
The bozo
hospitable
detachment, if you want.
planets. These branches of humanity were provided
I
with
also
the
saw
vast
someone say that I should name, since I'm going to probably have like a lot of troops, I should name them after the bozos. And I think that's so fucking cool. I would love to get them and like name the units after like the bozos or something like that. I feel like that'd be so much fun. I would love to do that. The bozo detachment needs to be rattling heavy. And write their name on the base, simple process. Bro, that sounds awesome. I would love to do that for you guys. I would love to do that for you guys. So I really do want to do a where I'm painting a figurine. What I want to do is I want to get, so I don't really have a lot of space in my home. It's a pretty decent home, but I don't have a lot of space for me to like do things like that, like crafts or whatever. But I do want to eventually get around to like doing that at some point. I'm hoping I could find a place where I could get like maybe a maybe I could use the table in the kitchen. I don't know. I'd have to get like a laptop and then get like a camera and point it down. Or I guess I could maybe do it on my desk. I don't know if I'd have enough room for that. I'll have to figure it out. People have made Imperial Guard Skaven conversions. Real bozos. There are rattling snipers for guards unless they're legacy now. I really, really want to do that. The only thing is I've never miniature painted before. And ventilation, so a garage would be preferable. My garage has no ventilation. I'm going to be so real with you. My garage is old. It is dusty and it's full with spiders. Okay? So I would be in there painting and then a spider would crawl up my leg and I would knock everything off and scream like a little girl and that would be the end of stream. I would be gone for like 20 minutes and it would just be nothing. So I mean, I could see if I can move because some of my dad's stuff is still in there. I can help you out if you want advice and stuff. I need to make a channel that's just called Warhammer or something like that. Where you guys can show off like your figures painting and everything like that you guys have been doing. If we have enough bozos that do stuff like that can like spread tips to each other and what have you, I feel like I should make a channel for that. I don't know if we have enough bozos that do miniature painting and things, or if they're interested enough, but a miniature channel, yeah. I'm painting right now Emperor's Children. You don't need good ventilation unless you're using an airbrush. I do D&D as well. Yeah, let me see here. Let me go to my, let's see, do community board. Should we just make a new channel or should I do, I don't know if it should be in the art tag No, art's for... Nah. We should probably keep art. I mean, it still isn't art. Okay, I'll think about this after stream because I don't want to sit here for. We're supposed to be reacting to stuff. I'm so sorry. That's probably gonna be another cut for the YouTube video. I completely got distracted. That was awful. Okay, we'll put one in the Discord soon, and you guys can post like miniature stuff, or like paintings or whatever. Just anything. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe like an arts and crafts section. Yeah, because I would like to see more of your guys' stuff because I think that stuff is really cool. Like I said, the only thing I've never done is I've never done like a miniature painting before, or anything like that. So if I was to do a stream of it, I'd probably piss a lot of people off because I'd be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to put like a primer on first? Am I supposed to like let it sit there? I have no idea. So it would be interesting for me for the first time ever painting ton of free videos on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sure we could figure it out together. But yeah, ! Discord. You guys want to join. And if you guys are watching on YouTube right now, you guys can come check me out on twitch.tv/youraveragebeau. Link in the description below. And you can join us there and also join the Discord from that. So, hey, there you go. I think the Bozos like to help more than anything. I think they would too. All right. Let's, like I said, 100% will help you out with things, but I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands
another
of
1.5 hours to 40K, yes.
Known as
the Imperial Knights.
He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all.
These guys are cool too.
From his doings and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium. Thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds...
You can add one to support most human armies? Awesome.
The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial.
$180?
The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and
Thank you for joining the Discord.
Admech themselves.
Thank you so much.
Became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a
We're happy to have you here, Small Long Dragon.
Killdozer, and the Imperial
Not the Killdozer.
Were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses.
So wait, I got a question. Was this naturally this big as a farm equipment, or was this like they added onto it, like he said? They were just naturally that big? They just came like that? They came out of the box? I do like the idea that the reason these guys, like they had like a feudal hierarchy. Like, I like the idea that because these people could control these big machines, everyone was like, well, I guess he's in charge. I don't know why that's so cool to me. It's just like, it's so funny also. Like, well, guys, we've been cut from the outside world. What do we do? And a guy just comes in with a big mech.
I think I should be in charge.
That's probably really loud. I'm so sorry. That's probably really loud. I'm so sorry. I don't know why that's so fucking funny to me. Guys, what if I just ruled everything?
Guys, I think I should rule this entire place now.
Okay.
A nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum.
So wait,
or to
are the
Terra.
Imperial
Like
Knights not Cathay, the Bretons, the horse archers, are they the equivalent for the fantasy world? Is that what they are? Because those guys work on a hierarchy of the same way, right? So is that what the fantasy equivalent of them is? Kind of, yep. Okay. See, that's what I was wondering, because I imagine these guys are probably like cavalry in a sense, right? In a way on the tabletop? Is that what they're... I imagine their job is to like punch through armor or punch through like enemy units and like kings, dukes, and bondsmen. Okay. So I'm trying to apply to myself what I think the fantasy level of this would be. Okay. Cool. All right.
Our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance.
There's only so far you can stretch? Okay, I didn't know.
The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch.
God, he looks so cool.
The ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra
I want to hear that one again. Hang on.
Battle. They swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines.
I love them.
These knights can't seem to be piloted by
I love them.
However. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end.
Badass.
As their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons. Up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle.
Okay, I think these definitely are the
night worlds
fantasy
themselves
version,
are one of the least grim, dark
Bretonian,
settings in the galaxy.
whatever they're called.
Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the throne mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer...
Wait. So if their ancestors used the thing and harnessed it before, they like remain trapped inside of it? You're what? Am I getting, yes? The memories are inside the night. So you connect your brain to it. Your minds meld. So even though that person has passed, they're still trapped in the machine, if you will. Evangelion? Okay. Yes. Still badass. Still kind of badass. Dude, I'd be a bastard of an ancestor, dude. I would just I'd be like, dude, I don't think any of these fast food places start with a W. To my ancestor. That's what I'd fucking do to them. That's what I'd fucking hit them with. Middle of battle. I know we're about to die anyways. Might as well fucking try to get a decent nut jokes on them. You know what I mean? Something like that. Did you hear about the salamander champion called Sakan? No, who's Sakan? That's what I do. I go like that. I go. Some pilots get addicted to the feeling and get withdrawals when they're not 30 feet tall. Oh, ancestors, what is your wisdom? Y'all got me fucking McDonald's around here? Yo, go by the drive-thru in the McDonald's, bro.
Most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable,
the snack wrap is back.
Pilot of a knight or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of
okay,
privilege.
thank you.
A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolating.
Cat girls!
Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
Hang on.
The
Okay, I'm back.
Origins of what will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place.
Is it sentient nebulas?
And this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age
Those
of
dwarfs?
Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup
Whoa!
that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't.
Oh.
And now they are known by a different name, Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton, the galactic core
These guys are
has
new,
been
aren't they?
home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to
No one
this
ever
day,
did that.
but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that
I was wondering what they did.
mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths their legacy continued, and though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed, stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell, but as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space
System 32?
with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation.
Oh,
As
shit.
the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh, what the fuck did I just click on? Oh, that was this channel. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. That was, I've learned a lot. I've definitely learned a lot. I think the thing I'm still banking on right now is the Astra Militarum. I think they're the ones that I really want to play. I will say the Votan are pretty interesting too. I learned and forgot so much. I've absorbed a few. I still know that the Harlequin are fucked up, that you can't play them, and the Exodites are also fucked up, you can't play them. Gonna say that. Still a little upset about that. However, I have been rejoiced in the fact that I can play as potentially the Astra Militarum. So that is my that is the thing I've taken away. Just not a full faction. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I meant. So that's what I've taken away. And the Imperial Knights are also pretty cool too. I like the whole concept of them. Even though it was like only like a 4-minute thing that talked about them, I feel like the Imperial Knights have so much like potential to them. I really like them. Yeah, the Craft World Eldar. Let's see. If I was gonna pick one, I think it would definitely be the Imperial Guard, possibly the Imperial Knights, and the Eldar. The Craft World Eldar are the ones I think I would pick if I was gonna play with only this faction available to me. I'm sure there's some pretty cool Space Marine factions, like the Salamanders would be cool for me to play, but the ones that I looked at, I think if I was gonna do like a tier list, I think right now the Astra Militarum are on the top. I don't know if they're a full faction. I thought I saw the chat say that they were full faction. If you were literate, you really would enjoy the books. All right, that's where we're going to end the video. That's where we're going to end that video. That's where that video is going to end. I want you to know that. The video is going to end at that point. That's the last message I'm going to read, and the video is just going to go to black. And that's going to be it, all right? I don't think there could be a better send-off for my videos than if you were literate. The books would be great for you. Did you just hear how many cans I knocked over? You guys hear that? A little, I've been drinking a few sodas here and there. I don't want to brag or anything, but I've been drinking a couple sodas. All right, we're gonna go to a break real quick. Okay, a little quick break. So get up, walk around, get yourself something to eat, get yourself something to snack on, get yourself something to drink. Okay, and then when we come back, we're gonna watch part 2 of Factions Re-Explained by Bricky. All right, so I'll be right back. Let me go over and switch over to this.
This guy box.
Wow, what a giga chad.
Mivake Sossum has made Antlered Key Beyond Average.
Hey, my face is awesome. Thank you so much.
A tier 1 sub to Antlered
Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate. Oh wait, no, this is going through all of them. Oh my god, never mind. Oh no. Okay, we gotta get rid of them. That's going through everything that just happened. That the alerts are done for the day. That I can't do that. I thought that was recent. That was like hours ago. It's over for us. Okay, let me see. Oh, here we go. I'll just play this. Because you guys enjoy this. So I'll be right back, okay? Let me do this, and all right. I'll see you guys here in a few minutes, okay? Carry on. Oh, carry on. Carry on. Oh, carry on. Hey, guys. Hope you guys are having a great time. Let me go and turn this down just a little bit. Crack open a cold one. There we go. All right. Bozos. Are you guys ready for part 2 of every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained? Because I know I sure am. We haven't listened to that song in a hot minute. Beautiful singing. Thank you. I do my best. Let's see. Let's pull this up. Oh. Sorry, he scared me. Okay, let me go over here. Okay, why is my tracking gone? Okay, there I am. Hello. Hello. All right. I got food on the way. So,
This video
might be eating soon.
In a 2-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm, or you don't let anything, not even common sense, hold you back. And for that, well, I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite
because I started watching VTubers, I watched Bricky before VTubers, I think.
All instinctively knew who the Emperor
Or I even
was.
became one.
Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit.
You put it a little bit louder, yeah.
The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and
Is that better?
lived substantially better lives than others.
Dude, I thought that was Jesus Christ. I was like, how did that happen again? I was like, how did that fucking happen again?
Hey, Gilliman of the Ultramarines rose through the ranks
Is that better?
of these worlds and ended up turning an
Still a
entire
bit quiet,
sector
really?
into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first.
Good.
And some didn't trust the base
Much better? All right, good.
he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as one happy family.
Woo!
A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near?
People do say that about me.
Right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right, the brand new moisturizing bar soap brought to you by Moist Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it. Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll be glowing to the surprise
I got my food.
of Lehman Russ. Cheeky soap is so good, we didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's right, we love this soap so much, we are operating on 100% commission. We are supported purely and only by those of you who buy Cheeky. It is the best bar soap we have ever used. That is
Soap,
not
Bo could use that.
Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Take it from the man himself.
Bricky's right. It's very good.
Enjoy a multitude of flavors, including lo-fi lavender.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I saw Moist Critical and I was expecting him to go the woo thing. I was expecting that to happen. I don't know why. I think it might be PTSD from that happening to me, but I saw him and I was like expecting the woo!
Soap, touch grass, and
soap taste test when?
Cinnamon. Cheeky alone has made me swap back to bar
I'm sure my
soap
content
as
will reach that level
primary
eventually.
choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to useshiggy.com/bricky or code bricky for 10% off your purchase and domestically support these videos. That's code bricky at useshiggy.com.
I mean, with the spiral it's going right now, I'll be eating soap in no time. Me?
Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him.
What?
After the Emperor was able to bring
They hate
all
that.
his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was granted the title of War Master, and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy.
Oh, they mentioned this in the first part.
In the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would emit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind.
How am I, when I talk with the video, am I still louder in the video? Like it's not, like is it mixed okay? Because I can't really tell on my audio mixer. Hang on, I'm gonna test it. Can you still hear me pretty okay?
He began
like I'm not.
Tune. Horus began amassing a following.
You're louder on my end. Okay.
With several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the...
So, wait. Just to make sure I understand. All this started because the Emperor was like, oh, I'm not going to tell you about the chaos. And then Horus was like, I'm going to fucking kill you. That was all it took? Was him just not being told something, and he said, you're fucking dead now. Pretty much. That feels like a little bit of an overreaction, perhaps, just a little bit. Oh, he was corrupted by a Chaos Blade. And the Chaos corrupted them to break it down to... Oh, okay, so the Chaos had a... Okay. The Chaos had a part in it. I thought it was just Horus throwing a temper tantrum, and I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. You're fucking dead to me. That's what I was like, that's a little bit much. Kind of, sort of, but basically fuck Erebus. Am I gonna hear about Erebus? Is that the sword? Is that the Chaos Sword? The story was shortened, but that's pretty much true. Why would his father not tell him, though? I guess because he didn't want him to know there's fucking chaos demons roaming about. Like, I don't know, that'd be kind of freaky. Like, Chaos took advantage of E's mistake. Chaos gets their power from people knowing about them. Oh, see? So just be like, hey, man, there's something I can't tell you about. I'm letting you know right now. Because if I told you about it, it would threaten the fate of the universe. And they'd be like, okay, Papa. Okay, Papa. I understand, Papa. Just know that it's out there. Okay? He's like the first Chaos Space Marine priest. Oh. Then what happens when one shows up face to face? You fucking kill it. That's what you do. Magnus? Yeah, Magnus really fucked it up, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Magnus was like, hello? Magnus fucking hit him on the cell line. You're gonna encounter them anyway, so I don't even know. If you do not understand it, kill it. I mean, that seems to be the Space Marine motto, to be honest.
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers.
Rip.
Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again.
Okay.
The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos undivided, either enjoying the powers of all Chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific Chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Zeech.
Whoa, that's fucking cool outfit.
Follows Nurgle, Slanesh has their claws in the Emperor's children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space
damn, the armor's
remains
cool.
the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled
Bro, that's not even a
wounds.
person anymore.
World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slanesh greatly. Due to the taint of Chaos, the—
Wait, let me look at that armor again. They're sucking from his nipples.
nipple rings.
The nipple suck armor
Pleases Slanesh greatly. Due to the taint of Chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos
freaky
Space.
ass.
Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions.
Wait, why do they?
However,
wait, why do they have no worries about their numbers decreasing? Is that just because they're so confident that they're gonna just like win? They're like, yeah, we're not gonna die, or is it just like if they die, they go back to the warp? Is that what they mean? Freaky armor, for real. Chaos comes back. So can you kill a Chaos Space Marine? Is that like a possibility? Or do they kind of like just come back? Because when they die, their soul goes back to the warp and they can be reborn. Okay. But will they be reborn as a Space Marine again? Or would they be reborn as like some kind of like weird amalgamation thing? No. Okay, so they come back as like a little demon fucking thing. Only the worthy return, like fully. If Chaos wants them to be, they can be the Space Marine again. Okay. Doesn't matter how they're reborn, they're still. Well, of course, they're still Chaos. I was just more so saying they were not worried about their numbers depleting in terms of the Space Marine. So I was wondering if they like if they died and they went back to the warp, did they come back in their Space Marine armor and everything? They become demons. Oh, okay. I think it's a quote for them later. Okay.
of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ
What?
implementations and
The
other
fuck was that? I looked down at my food. What the
some
fuck?
instances, breeding.
What the fuck am I looking at?
The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knights section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, the Throne Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of their Primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow
He should be a streamer.
and frees himself from the confines of
He would make it easy as a streamer. He would never have to worry. He'd be in constantly okay.
servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them, outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule core Pharaon. Russ kept his kin friends. The Lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers.
The Emperor did
saved
this?
and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the warhounds and order them to battle, fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the Lion's kin, the way he honored Cor Pharaon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos.
So wait, these are all the children that the Emperor made? Why did he fuck them up so bad? What was the point of that? Well, why was he like, oh yeah, let's get this guy plagued by visions of an assassin coming after him? Kind of a dick. He does a bit of trolling. These aren't the Primarchs that betrayed. He didn't. They were kidnapped and scattered through space and the warp. They weren't meant to be there. What? What do you mean? They were yeeted through the warp. So, back in time? Like, what do you... So, like, there was an event that happened that put them through the warp, and then they came out the other end fucked up, but they were already a Primarch before that? As babies. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Chaos broke into the lab and stole their cribs, launched them into space. Oh, okay. Chaos fucked with a lot of their history considering the warp is always existing. Okay, so he's kind of an ass, but it was hinted that he knew some were going to rebel, so he stacked the deck. They all land on different planets. Okay. Okay.
Abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled, the question is why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular Chaos God,
do you think this guy can sleep easy? Or do you think this is a pain in the ass, wearing this armor? I feel like this would be a pain in the ass.
Actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a demon prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendance.
They're kind of just like throwing temper tantrums.
And never providing unity.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. It's fucked up what happened to them.
It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan V, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally, however, as I have
listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Hearing that, I'd be like, okay, it doesn't sound that bad. And then you remember their chaos. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I've just been Imperial pilled. But, like, I don't want to be like a weird fucking disease-ridden monster, but I know that's what's gonna happen if they end up like taking over, right? Because it's gonna be like whichever patron god they have, you know. So who's this elven woman that's behind me? What is this? Is this an elven woman, or is this like a demon or a succubus? What is this? Hang on. See her over there? Who is that? Who is she? That's a demon? Shit.
Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium, so it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about the...
Oh, these are the guys you were talking about last episode.
The ruinous powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well.
Damn,
and some of the
always
once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of
I'm gonna
and have a lot more free.
I'm gonna be honest with you. They kind of slacked on the name a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. What should we call ourselves, guys? Now that we broke away from the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Dark Mechanicus. Oh, okay. I guess we can call ourselves that. I mean, I was, maybe something a little bit more cool, but it's the name the Imperium calls them. Okay, so what do they call themselves? They call themselves Apple. They can't invent new words, Bo. Gotta be Mechanicus or it's heresy. Oh. How to make something evil. We're the evil Mechanicus.
Much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing
Liquid
the Emperor as
Mechanicus.
the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate.
Ooh.
What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible?
So true.
However, instead of being clear-cut and more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks and vehicles,
What the fuck am I looking at?
are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them
What the
living
fuck?
war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain
That's
factions,
awesome
like the
looking.
bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory
Hi,
and
Jalthier.
easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser gods, like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so,
I mean, honest, the subtitle said Soul Forges, but they spelled it S-O-L-E, and that is a forge I want to stay far away from. I'm going to be honest with you. A little too freaky for me. That's a Slanesh forge for sure.
excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology Knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility
Jesus
is
Christ,
still
stop
there
doing
with
that.
Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors.
I mean, he knows people are going to be reacting.
The invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via dropships the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep, a gigantic knight keep.
with like towers and stuff,
What?
will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium. So imagine what a warp-fueled version.
That's what the Imperium does. Wait, that's what the Imperium does? That's not even chaos. The Imperium just drops a giant keep for the Imperial Knight? What if it lands upside down? What do you do then? What do you... I guess maybe they have stuff in place. It's controlled or they crash. Oh, okay. That's fucking badass.
Version of this could look like.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Chaos Knights
My
have
VTuber
such a
friends to me.
presence, the warp
Getting the
fluctuates in their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp-debased platform, or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool
I'm kidding.
of
That was a
blood.
joke.
As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces
shit's
of
fucking
chaos
metal.
and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as
Wait,
a
what did you say? Hang on, wait. Oh, fuck. I'm such a good streamer. There are Chaos Knights that can climb out of blood pools like the demon from The Ring. That's so badass.
him for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards
Dude, I love the
are
fur.
something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are
the Adeptus Custodes. You guys were talking about these
is
guys.
The battle where an emperor's custodians outnumber our
I'm gonna
foes. We
shit
are
myself.
ever beset,
They keep doing this.
surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable.
I guess I am leeching off his
Let
content.
the
So it's
enemy
like-
come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his
At least, you know what?
talons
I'll let it
remain
happen.
sharp. The talons of the emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls.
What are
to fuel
blanks?
the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent System.
Anti-psychers.
Right
Oh, okay.
hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These
So are they immune to the warp
custodians.
too?
While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes
Yep.
are,
Oh, that's
in a
badass.
sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs.
Oh,
Unlike
shit.
Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, But what is known is that at the very beginning,
They
each
have a
custodian
negative, wait a
was
minute.
made
They have a negative aura. And it makes you feel wrong when nearby. And then someone at that comment and said, literally, Bo. Come on, man.
by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long
Oh, they're like
and
javelin.
grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants
Hi,
make
Wolf.
it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most
Basically
legal
soulless.
and
I'm sorry, it was a
effective
low-hanging
armor
fruit. No, it
in
was a
the
good one.
Imperium. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a guardian spear, an utterly yoked up version of the staves the Praetorian guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with
Can I
specific
just, okay,
shields.
I'm sorry to pause again. And I know that we're supposed to be here but warning about Warhammer. Can I just say, I love how fucking unnecessary it is for people to spin in Star Wars. I love that about it, right? I have a friend that it bothers the fuck out of them. Like, why they do that. And I'm like, they're just farming aura. That's the whole point of it, man. They're here to farm aura. That's the only thing they fucking care about. Like, watch this guy right here. See this guy? Watch.
Praetorian guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had.
There was no need for that second spin. There was no need for that at all. But they fucking looked great doing it. They looked fucking great doing it, right? But it does make you be like, all right, why, you know.
They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character.
So wait,
Trailed
how do
by
you-
serfs and servitors,
Oh, okay.
tasked entirely to reload their weapons. they
Jesus
fight
Christ,
with
that's a fucked up figurine. Okay, I got a question. On the tabletop, how do they work? Do you use a squad of custodies or do you use one custody and then like an arm of serfs to like make up for them? Oh, you use squads of custodies. Squads, but they are really strong. Are you allowed to use them in tournaments? Or are they so overpowered that it's like, yes, totally legal. But if someone brings out a Stoties, is it kind of like, as someone is playing a tabletop, are you kind of like, you motherfucker? Is it like that kind of feeling if you see them? They're expensive in terms of points. They're stronger in lore than they are in the game. Custodies are super, super point expensive, so you're outnumbered all the time, but every single one of your dudes is incredibly overpowered. So I have a smaller army overall if they use them. One Custodies is a point cost of like 10 others. Depends on the current rooms. No, they're not OP. Point cost helps balance that. Okay. So I've never played the tabletop before. I don't know any of the rules. I don't know how the tabletop works exactly. I've watched people play it, but I don't know how to play it myself. I was wondering if the Custodies coming out was kind of like a I'm here to win the game, go fuck yourself kind of move. Like, it's allowed, but the players just don't like it when you pull one of them out. Or is it like, oh, I can handle that. That's not that big of a deal. More powerful units have higher point cost. So like one Custodians guy might cost the same amount of points as 15 Imperial Guardsmen. Okay. Every faction is semi-balanced. And you play with a fixed budget. We play with equal points in the army. An Orc is like 7 points. A Custodians is like 70. Okay. Alright. See, that's what I was wondering. Because I was about to say they seem really fucking powerful. So I didn't know how they worked on the tabletop itself. So, okay. That's good to know. Alright, cool. Thank you guys.
Singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy
Even one
more
model's significant
and
blow?
learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the Custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the Custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of Custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace.
Oh, that's a cool
the
map.
Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of Custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the Custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name.
Oh, hell yeah. Could have named that one a little bit better.
Cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the Custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as
That's a fucking badass gun.
of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the Custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition
Gun
to
and
being
spear,
the
I like
guardian
it.
guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The Custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner
Oh, shit.
of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down a Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians mused on how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Big E on something, and he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained distrust for Space Marines, the Custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy
RuPaul's Drag
saw
Race is a
half
great
of
show, by the way.
chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a Custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do go out and fight some battles here and
I was about to say, did they ever do
at
anything?
the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned
Oh,
to
just
dangers
recent.
unseen.
Oh, what happened recently?
Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait. Yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be
Kind of a loyal
something
Primarch who
foolish.
changed the rules,
It's in
started to
the
reform to
deepest
unfuck
parts
the
of
Imperium.
space, and
Wait,
is one of the
there's an active right now in lore. There is a Primarch who's actively trying to fix the Imperium and is doing stuff. That's allowed? Yes, but everything is more shit. Ah. So he didn't fix anything. He made it worse. He is trying his best. And I think that's what we should really reward him for. Robot Girly Man came back from the dead and is trying real fucking hard to save the Imperium from itself. With a name like Robot Girly Man, I trust him. He's the son of God who tells him no, a son of the Emperor, and it's not like he's making much headway. 40k and there are 2 and soon 3. Yes, there are 2. Scale is always something to keep in mind with the lore of millions of inhabitant planets. A small, powerful force is a drop of water in the ocean. Robot Golaman. Robot Gorilla Man. I know how to beat a gorilla, so whoever comes after me, I know how to win. I'll find a way through that armor. Can you give an example to the newer bozos? No, I'm okay. 100 gorillas versus 1 space marine? Depends, is that a space marine of Slanesh? A Chaos Marine? It could beat those gorillas easy. You know? I'm gonna rename the grapefruit. They better not. I didn't do anything. I haven't done anything. How many VTubers would it take to beat a gorilla? I cannot answer that question. I feel like that's where I have to...
The most defended bastions in the galaxy. You truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages of the stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a cracking old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking about the
How was that? Was that a good wog? Was that a good wog? I feel like that was a really good wog. I feel like I really hit that. I feel like I really fucking hit that. I'm gonna be honest.
Struggle is one. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an orc wouldn't even bother to ask.
I ask
we
questions.
See a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. During the war in heaven, the old ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause as possible by seeding the galaxy.
I'm gonna pause real quick because I love the orcs and I want to hear this. And I'm gonna focus up. I know a couple stories about the orcs because I have a friend that really likes the orcs in the Warhammer universe. Okay, so if I recall correctly, this is one of the stories that I remember, is there were Astra Militarum that ran out of ammo, and one of them pointed their fingers at an orc and went bang, and the orc fell over actually fucking dead. Is that real? Is that a thing that fucking happened in lore, or is that like a meme? And so they held their ground by going bang, 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 and like the orcs were just like fucking falling over dead. And I don't know, that was like a real, because the orcs believed they were getting shot at. They believed they were getting shot at, so they actually fucking died. It sounds like a meme. I don't know if this is true or not. But this is what my fucking friend told me. It's like they kept going bang, 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 and like I don't know if this is true or not. That one isn't 100% true. Okay. And then it's a very old story. Now, that's actually how orcs work. I know it's a meme and a story from Adeptus Ridiculous. I don't know if it'd work. Okay. I know that was popularized by Bricky. Okay, so that's why my friend brought it up, because I told him I was going to watch Bricky's video today, and he was like, dude, you're going to love this orc story, right? What? Half the orc guns on the models don't have triggers. They just know that guns kill people. Okay. I also remember he told me there was one where the orcs were driving or something like that, and he was like, this is the best way I can describe the orcs. Imagine that they're driving and the car runs out of fuel, and one goes, we ran out of fuel, and he goes, no you didn't, you guys, I just filled it up earlier, and then the car turns back on because they believe that, because the big one said that he filled it up earlier, and so the car started again, even though there was actually no gas in it. They just all believed that there was gas in it, and so it worked. That one I believe is true. They can breathe in space because they don't know that you shouldn't be able to do that. Purple orc must be the sneakiest. I mean, I've never seen a purple orc before, so...
Specialized sense. The Eldar were made to be a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons, but another prominent species was by them as well.
Oh, lads, we're gonna go get some
grabs. An ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads, the mates, the orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc in most other fantasy media.
Yeah, this really goes hard.
More like monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the more Tolkien-esque forms of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms. The small goblin-like Gretchen and Snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the
I didn't know they were fungus.
Which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a part of the fungal system, all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of
That's what I was gonna
all
say.
of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing, and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get. And the
big
more
one.
Orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to fight.
I love this old art.
Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of war bands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the war band.
I'm the biggest and the strongest.
At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and
Okay, so
more
I know
cunning than
I know a little bit about the orcs because I have played as the greenskins on Total Warhammer 3. A little bit. I'm not very good at them, but I have played them. So I know a little bit of like their culture and like what they do. But I don't know anything about them in the 40k universe.
They're a bigger brethren, because in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the war bands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc
whales?
what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The Blood Axes are the stealth units, and by stealth, it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls are the scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists.
I have to ask, what the fuck do you mean they LARP as humans? They walk into a human settlement as an orc and go, "Hello, humans, it's me, another human." And they get away with that? They disguise themselves. Is it a good disguise? Or is it like, they put on a mask that looks like a human? They literally put on a mask that looks like humans. They do human stuff like trade and tactics. It's a great disguise if you're an orc. Okay, I need you to... Okay. Okay, I need you to elaborate again. Are they just wearing human clothes and going, "All right, I know it's real," like that, and then like goes, "Face right," and then turns around, and then that, and then like turns right, and is like, "I'm a human." Is that faction almost dead? I have to know. Is that clan almost fucking dead? Because there's no way the humans of the Imperium fall for that, right? Right? So, like, it might be an empty oil barrel with a leg and armhole cut in it, and then a Space Marine helmet on top, and they disguise as a Space Marine. They have ranks of a captain. They trade with humans and have... Wait, they trade with humans and fight with them? You're telling me the Imperium has had orcs walk up to them and go, "We are human. We fight with you." And they said, "All right." They let them roleplay? That's cute of them. That's cute that the humans let them roleplay. Hey, guys, there are cute moments in the Warhammer universe. They're looking at the orcs and they go, "Sure, buddy." You go, "Yeah." Would you risk saying no? I don't think I would negotiate with them. I feel like the Imperium would even give them a chance to walk up and talk to them. Or against a greater foe. Other orcs hate them. Yeah, I'd imagine so. The orcs are the cutest. I'll be like, they're not killing us. What do we do? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And on the two ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy evil sons and the more traditionalist and tribal snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious
I love this old
beliefs.
art.
They believe in two gods, Gork and Mork.
Okay.
Gork is cunningly brutal and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to
I mean,
which one
okay.
is
I understand though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand those gods very simplistically. They describe them to me. I get it. You know? One's more sneaky, the other one isn't. So, Bo has orc brain. I get it. I get it.
which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good orc voice, so I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning in a grot.
Oh, he's more cunning in a grot. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Piscina, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead-ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses, and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gezgul Mac Uruk-Drucker, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this, cause we're orcs.
I can do a good orc voice if I
was
needed
made to fight and win.
It's because it fucking sounds terrible. Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc culture.
Margaret Thatcher. What the fuck are you saying Margaret Thatcher for? What? Mag Urok Thraka? Is that Margaret Thatcher? There's no way. Are you for fucking real right now? Are you for fucking real? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I know they're British. I know they're British. I just Are they gonna have another orc called Quinn Liz? Like, what the fuck? Like, what do you... Oh, I'm Quinn Liz. And I'm the queen around these spots.
Fight and win.
It's because it fucking sounds terrible. Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc culture. And
Look at that outfit. It got a little pirate outfit.
They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an imperial knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example, in the Warp, a planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Korn enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys, this is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and war bands will unite under what is known as the War. The concept of a war covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the war is the
psychic be sick to look at.
Of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that Wa energy. The technology.
Oh, so that's how all the stuff
seem
works.
To be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically, orc gear hardly works in the first place.
Dude, I'm realizing now the orcs are what the Adeptus Mechanicus wishes they fucking were. Like, am I crazy for saying that? The Adeptus Mechanicus wishes they were fucking orcs. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than that. That's just like, the orcs are doing better than they are. We all wish we were orcs. Life would be simpler. Unless you were very, very small. In which case, life would not be simpler for you. That sounds like innovation and therefore heresy, Bo. Gulp. Depression and suffering, yeah, somehow are the biggest threat to everyone. But I like that, though. I like they're the biggest fucking threat. I like that these guys are the ones who need to look out for. Alright? I like the idea they're fungus. I think that's such a fucking cool take on orcs. A fungus. I don't know why. I don't know how anyone has never thought about that before. But that is such a fucking cool take. What if the humans yelled? What if the humans got enough orcs together and convinced them that the Emperor was alive and well? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Would the Emperor come back? But they think that everyone else also likes to fight as much as they do. Aw, they don't understand, man. They're misunderstood. You're not having fun fighting, right? No. What? What do you mean? No, I just want to go back home. Oh, changes this orc's life forever? You telling me you don't like to fight and die like I do? No. Wait a minute, I need to sit down. I don't use my brain very often, and this is kind of hurting it. Also, lore accurate, the first time the orcs saw the Imperial Titan, they thought that was the actual Emperor. There he is! It's the Emperor! Get him, boys! He's fought so much, he's grown so tall! They noticed that the Imperial leaders wear fancy hats, so now they do as well. These orcs are so fucking cute. I love these guys. Why are they so fucking cute? Why are they cute? I don't understand. I don't know how to put it else but the fact that they're cute, like in a weird way. I thought that was the Tau. The Emperor is strong because the orcs believe. I'm pretty sure the orcs think the Emperor is actively helping the Empire, theoretically empowering them. Dude, they should just give the orcs a planet and let them fight each other and just like convince them something good about the Empire and just leave them there. And like half that shit might just come true. There are at least 2 books where an orc has killed a Titan by close combat. What the fuck do you mean they killed a Titan in close combat? What, you know, whatever. I feel like trying to... This is what I imagine one of the field commanders feels like in the Imperium. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I imagine. Like, what do you mean we lost a Titan to a single orc? The orcs that don't belong to one clan are known as the Freebooters, and run themselves as pirates, complete with pirate hats and everything. Captain Bloodflag is a major leader in the Freebooters. Orcs can teleport Titans. Okay, I gotta learn more about it. Hang on. I gotta see if he talks more about it. Hang on.
Weapons blow up in a Bugs Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Wa energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true.
Oh, okay.
Because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have 2 of his favorite weapons. It is shenanigans. Because of their act.
No, I got 2 of them. Yeah. I'm the best. That's fucking awesome.
Actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the
Wait, what? What did you just say in my chat? Orcs invaded Earth and sent an ambassador who spoke perfect Gothic. What? They invaded Terra? And sent an ambassador to them that spoke, I guess Gothic is probably like just what everyone speaks in the Empire. Yeah, we used an attack moon. Orcs were the only race that ever got anywhere on Terra. Orcs can be very smart, it's just rare. Gothic is the main language of Terra. Yes, okay, that's what I assumed. I gotta fucking know about this battle moon here in a bit. I'm hoping he fucking talks about it, but it looks like we're almost done with orcs. Like 8,000 years in the past from the current setting. High Gothic is Latin, Low Gothic is English. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, they did drop an attack moon. Okay, what do you mean attack moon? Both can be very smart, just rare. That is true. Maybe I was meant to be an orc. We put a second moon into orbit. It had a face that moved as the main orc spoke. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. We as humans put a second moon on in atmosphere to orbit us. We just did that. We just put like an attack moon. No, we as in orcs. The orcs. Okay. The orcs came to Terra on a moon that they were driving? An attack moon is a moon strapped with rockets and engines and all manner of orc special know-whats to make it move, but it's not especially good at stopping. The orcs teleported a moon into the Earth's orbit. They convert asteroids into spaceships all the time. Okay, so the orcs teleported a moon. There was a hyper-advanced orc, the Beast, they could teleport planets. So a hyper-advanced orc called the Beast teleported a moon to Terra and then crashed it into Terra? The moon had a robotic-looking face that moved as the main orc spoke to send his demands. The Marines blew it up later. Oh, he was the guy that was the size of the Imperial Knight. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because the idea that you teleport a moon over Terra and you're like, all right, listen up. Here's our demands, right? And then, like, I don't know, a few hours later, it's exploded. It's so fucking funny to me. The Beast had many attack moons. Okay, and Vulcan was one of the Imperial... Vulcan was one of the Imperial Primarchs, right? Am I remembering that correctly? A Salamander Primarch. Okay, so he sacrificed... The Primarch of the Salamanders sacrificed himself to beat the Beast. Yeah? Okay. I think I'm getting it out. And then destroyed the moon, but not after the moon Okay, but not after the moon killed like a 1 billion person army. And then 5 more beasts came out of a portal. It was a wild book series. I can't tell if you're fucking memeing me or not. Did the Imperium almost lose to orcs? Legit? All true, yes. So one of the Primarchs killed himself in order to beat... Well, how did they beat them all back? What happened? What's the story? You guys know I can't read, so I can't read the book. You guys gotta fucking tell me. Because I need to know this. How did they beat back the orcs? If there was 5 more attack moons. I think they just left. What? Orcs follow the biggest, kill the big guy, and they fall apart. So they killed the beast, and all the other attack moons just went, eh. And they just left. Yeah. How do you think the Imperium reacted after that? Because I know I would be fucking sweating bullets if that happened. I'd be like, guys, we are never safe ever again. We are never fucking safe ever again. There is nothing that you can do to convince me that we're safe. Audible has the Beast Arises book. The Imperial Fists were wiped out in that war. The Imperial Fists, what faction were they? Orcs are never beaten. If they lose, they come back in bigger numbers. None of the orcs landed on Terra, right? Because if one of them set foot on Terra, you'd have to nuke the entire place, right? You'd have to wipe it clean. Because they're all spores, right? So I'm guessing none of the orcs landed on Terra. Because that would be fucking devastating, right? They would have to like fucking firebomb it. They sent a shuttle down with 3 ambassadors that addressed the Senate. Oh, so they did land on Terra. Uh-oh. Does the Imperium know? Do they know? And a timeline. Orcs live in the sewers of Terra. As long as they left without getting killed, they should be fine. Okay, hi Marquise. There are many planets with orc infestations. Most of the time they are too small in numbers and remain primitive. Oh yes, there are orcs on Earth. They actually live in the sewers. I'm pretty sure orcs are the underhive in many Imperial worlds. Orc infestation isn't that bad. So there's just Imperium worlds that have orcs just living in like the sewers. The slums, if you will. A few million dead civilians is no biggie. I mean, true. Pretty much almost every world has some orc presence on it. Did you watch Arcane? I did not. There are eldritch things that live in the Underhive. Oh, okay. It's just bad if they get too big. Okay. Imagine the movie It, but it's just an orc. Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, I think I understand.
Forever.
Oh, fuck.
Able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature, their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and more are threatening the safety of the Imperium, they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing. The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret
Galactic police
to
force?
root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared,
Agents of the Imperium. Okay.
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing,
That was loud.
relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the
What in
Imperium may see
oblivion?
its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes, when one needs eyes, ears, or both cut out, it looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus
Yo!
Arbites, the
That looks
void-faring
like Judge
explorers
Dredd.
of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum,
Oh.
or the hospitality of the Emperor's Inquisition.
Oh.
Each has a part to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium, its nobility. While you
Updates,
may
welcome
see
in.
the general
Hi, Bo.
Imperium
Hi,
as a
Darkfire.
totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special
rogue
individual
trader, okay.
and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for
Wait,
those
it's all
back on
Spain?
Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable.
This looks like a cool game.
Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on a floating asteroid can be mined, or a long-lost Imperial world from the Age of Strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a substantial amount
They made the
of
Pathfinder
freedom.
game.
They have
Oh.
a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They
What?
can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a very long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so. But
I mean, I don't-
truly,
yeah.
much
They have a
like
permit for
night
that? That's
pilot,
fucked up.
a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course and they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites
Arbites.
are cops.
Oh, they
Judge
look so
Dredd
cool.
style cops, as their inspiration clearly
Whoa!
shows. Each
Can I make an
planet will
army of
have their
them?
own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force,
I don't think
the
so.
Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI.
You wearing a McDonald's patch?
Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will tap into communications, create spy networks, do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps the good of the Imperium and the law they seek to preserve. The code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book
What a cool
of
signal.
Judgment, a gigantic
Residual.
library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium. Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of laws are added every single day, and
Ah.
the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on
Dude,
their
that
person,
fucking Discord
this
thing.
does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation, in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course,
Hell no, I
should
just die.
something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbites, there is
Just
always
shoot me.
the silent hand of the Officio Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply
Guess I'll die.
sending waves and waves of guardsmen.
Me?
The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his
There it goes again.
disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps,
I'm gonna fucking-
horrendous physical and mental
That's my
strain,
IP! No, I'm kidding.
then their minds are wiped completely and the real fun begins. An Imperial Assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicares, are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or even months just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus
Pretty
Temple
badass.
are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit.
Oh,
A confidant
they just
of
have
the
that.
target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus Assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psycher is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an
Jesus.
extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker.
Are there
Now, if
models
you
for
need
these guys?
direct pressure in a more literal way, the Eversor is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed
Yes?
to
Oh.
wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a
You take them with the
plasma
Imperial Guard.
explosion by its demise. There are other temples as well. The Vanis Temple, acting as sort of like a cyber hacker.
Whoa.
The Venom Temple, specializing in poisons.
Cyber
But all
hacker.
in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best
you
assassin
think this-
novels puts a
You think the
Vindicator
skin-tight armor is necessary, or do you think they just...
Calidus and Vanis to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their
Of
missions
course.
are insanity, and
Oh,
their
my bad.
tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold
And assassins in your
instrument
army?
of the
That's so
Emperor's
cool.
vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means. There is no enemy.
Mods being Imperial
outside
agents
our
would be pretty
reach.
funny. That
We
would
are
be
the
actually really
blade
funny.
that hovers over the throat of the
I'll make
traitor.
Wolf one.
We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess of the
Holy
traitors,
shit.
the police,
Looks like
and the
Scarecrow from
assassins,
Batman.
there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have unlimited authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself. Similar to the KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant to stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption. Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick close to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects.
They use demons?
Has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer.
Can you put one of these in an Imperium army?
As the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated.
Love Warhammer, it's great.
Would be known as the Ecclesiarchy. And there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium. However, as the ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as
Brides of the Emperor
bodyguards and aides. However, Goj Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous
what is he?
spelled ruination for the wider.
What do you mean by that? For the Emperor?
Imperium. Van Dyer, bodyguards, and aides. However, Goj Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact with the leader of the Brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself.
Whatever.
Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair
baited him in bathing,
pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Van Dyer himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die. Despite not having any time to die, Doge Van Dyer found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the brides of the emperor were no more, and the ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening again. They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men.
Oh.
The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters
she's straight
of
up
Battle,
screaming.
the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members.
She actually is that emote.
They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind.
I like the armor.
Such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before,
surprised they have
the Sisters of
retirement.
Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Order's Militant, and feature the highest number of any given system. They are the official fighting force of the ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of
Wow,
specialized
that's a group of
power
characters in the
that
background.
gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that Sisters are, for the most part, regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this
Oh, look,
is
there's those
far
little
from
baby things again.
this, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them,
What?
really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such
Church
a simple
tanks.
loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to the more clunky jetpacks ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs, an almost comical scene of holy glory
That's
followed
badass.
by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial
I got a
faith
question.
may
So they don't wear the same armor as the Space Marines, but they still have like armor better than the Imperium Guard? Because I imagine if they're descending from the heavens looking like angels, you probably just don't want like one stray bullet to like kill them immediately. Right? Way better. Definitely better. So they can take a couple bullets is what I'm getting. Like you could shoot at them a couple of times, and as long as you're not hitting, I guess, their exposed head. But not as strong as the Marines. Okay. That's what I was wondering. But lacking in physical strength. Okay. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes
They have a helmet, but
sisters
for art
have even
reasons.
less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior, whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor. Anything goes. The most fascinating part of the sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many psychers like orcs, but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets
They
barely
summon
miss
miracles.
targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies
Oh,
slip and
shit.
fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the saint of a sister's order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the
Wait,
emperor
what?
swells so strong.
Wait, it's a what? It's an open casket.
Sister's order held aloft
It's the Triumph. Okay,
by
okay.
lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the emperor swells so
I love their
strong
helmets.
that
Look at
acts
that.
of
That's so
faith are made
badass.
manifest, and sometimes angels
I'm a sucker for
themselves.
cool-looking
When the
helmets.
sisters go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies screeching out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving
God damn, look at that
precisely when
armor.
she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones. Her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the god emperor?
What the
Perhaps,
fuck?
but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest. Some sisters may make a mistake, however, and find themselves questioning their faith, disobeying a command, and even leaving their order.
I
These
love her.
sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known
Whoa!
as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with
Oh my
torture
God.
devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body, completely armorless, to determine if this is how they die or if the emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous champion of the sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are
I love these.
martyrdom-enthused zealots.
This is
that
such a
create
cool idea.
miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless and also a direct source of their power.
There's a theory that the
whole
Emperor's
army
faith is
of
causing him to become a fifth
power-armored
chaos
soldiers
god.
Shooting, burning, and melting all in
Heresy.
their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified. And there
You know,
are
the
plenty
thing is,
of aliens.
I don't even have a lot to say because it's like, what can you say about this? Like, other than the fact that it's just badass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've been trying to figure out things. So I'm trying to like make this like a react, but like half of the video has just been me quietly sitting here. I feel like, because I'm just immersed by it. Like, I think this shit is so cool, and I'm like, if I pause and I try to talk about it, I'm gonna forget half the shit that they just told me. And I'm also thinking in the back of my head, like, how many of these are like figures that you can actually use on the tabletop itself. And I imagine these are. We still got like 3 more factions to discover. That is true. We do got 3 more to discover. I really like these. I really thought you already knew Warhammer. I don't really know that much about Warhammer. No. I said before I watched the Bricky video at the very start, but that was like a year ago. That was a while back. So I don't remember much about it. Like I remember some bits and pieces, but I don't remember a lot about Warhammer, sadly. Though now I know. Now I do. So this is badass. I like these a lot. And how do they play on the tabletop? Are they like powerful, kind of like the Adeptus Custodes? Or is it more like you can have multiple of them on the field? Bricky has an army of them. Is it just an army of them? Or, Warcraft, which is mostly just a copy-paste Warhammer, it kind of is. I guess, it can't, yeah. Between Guard and Space Marines. Less funny, but much better made. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Bricky fucking cooked with this. Bricky has 5 armies he plays. Work. Something you're doing? This army rule is faith dice. You must roll some dice early on, and you can substitute rolls later with those dice. That's fucking cool. That's a very cool way to play this character. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. That's actually a really cool mechanic. They're portent dice. They kind of are, yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the agents in the Imperium. Like, they're kind of cool, but I mean, the only ones that really got me, I guess, were like the cops. As weird as it is. Yeah. And the orcs, of course. The orcs were fucking amazing. I love the orcs. Chaos, I'm gonna be honest, Chaos Space Marines are kind of cool, but they didn't really catch me as much as the others have. Like, still, I would say I'm gonna have to see what it is, but right now, I would say the orcs, the Imperium Guard, and the Imperial Knights, I think, are pretty cool. And yeah, I think those are the 3 right now. And the Eldar, so 4. He really skipped the deity Chaos Legions. I mean, listen, I only know what I've been told. Are also a pain in the ass to paint because all the yeah, I would imagine they're probably pretty difficult to paint. Yeah, I would say so. Sisters up there in the win percent does rebalance every few months, so who knows if it will stay that way. So the sisters are like just really good. Is that what I'm getting? Orcs are very RNG. Win big or lose hard army. I feel like I'm okay with that. Don't buy an army for the current meta. I didn't say anything about that. I was just wondering if they were strong or not. Better than the old model with metal spikes that drew blood. Ooh, damn, they're that sharp? Guess that's the crime of, that's the price of chaos. I think I painted about a mile of gold trim. I have each chaos army. Oh. Here's the thing. If I try to paint my figurines, I know I'd fuck up. And then I don't know how to get rid of paint. I guess you just wipe it away, but damn. All right.
In this
the last few
6,000 years
factions are coming up.
Current events of 40K, a planet was found by an
still love that armor.
Vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear pose
if it's perfect, it ain't orky. True. Maybe I should do orcs first.
Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves, all in the name of the greater good. These are the...
Loud.
The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him.
Pity him his ignorance, seek to understand his differences, and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief: the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good. How can this be for the greater good? The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Por, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Core, being Navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/,
oh my God, Jesus,
the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste, or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste, is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as Seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the
so they don't kill everyone.
Is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise.
They only castrate them. What?
Of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit with advanced targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battle suits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat, and since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vespens. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for
they let in humans?
The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite
is the term for humans in the Tau Empire.
Official artwork by Games Workshop.
Boy, Vesa.
Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. The Kroot and Vespens we already discussed, and the humans and also Voton will join them at times, but you also have the Galg, the Nikasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Turellian, Greet, Domati, and many others.
I want to see all these guys. What do they look like?
And some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears. And the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced
I can't believe he didn't show us an
They do not
image.
travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes.
A sort of Covenant-like? I can kind of see them like the Covenant.
One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew.
Oh
We
my
never
God.
identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination
Holy
of the Tau is
fuck.
that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's
Holy
the greater
fuck.
good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above
Yeah, I was
the
gonna
other
say, these guys
races
are
that would murder
not
or
that
eat them.
bad.
But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper advanced and
Arthas?
welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy.
Wait, before he begins with the Tyranids, the Tau are pretty interesting. Are they? I'm sure they have something fucked up with them, right? But I mean, are they the first instance of like? Because he didn't really describe them as anything they did was bad. Like someone said they castrate people, which I don't know. Like I don't know if that was just them saying it. They do eugenics. Ah, is that what they're doing? Okay. All right. See, I was going to ask what the bad thing they did. Their leaders are suspected to mind control the population, comparatively one of the less bad. It mainly is a caste system and they are hopefully outnumbered. Yeah, they do some fuck shit. There it is. There's the evil. A lot of assumptions, no hard proof. So we don't truly know if they do this stuff. It's just it's kind of like they probably do this. Like has it been like written down that they do that? Because they seem pretty cool as a faction at the very least. I like the idea that it's propaganda, Bo. Well, it's working on me. Almost nothing is known in Warhammer. I mean, of course, but you know. They're also relatively new, so not a ton of lore. Okay, when did they come in? Was it like recent? They suddenly fell into order when the Ethereals emerged, but no proof. Oh, and the Supreme Commander is a hologram because we killed him, but they can't admit he's dead, so they have a VTuber in charge. Oh boy. That always goes well. They wanted the weeb money. I mean, I think it's a pretty cool idea. I mean, for what it could have been, you know, like it definitely has like weeb aesthetics to it for sure. But I think they handled it pretty decently. I mean, I like the idea of a coalition of aliens because I think that makes it like a pretty cool to see like on the field. If they ever release the other ones. I heard Warhammer. Hi, welcome in. We're learning about Warhammer. I've learned quite a bit. I think the Imperium Guard is the army that I might do if I ever decide to play Warhammer. That's what I've decided. Welcome in. Happy to have you here, Just Water. Happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, Imperial Guard is a base pick. Yeah, I love them. I love the way they look. I love the different kind of like designs they have. And I'm an average guy, so figure, have an average Joe army, right? There's like one Vespid unit. So they haven't released a lot of units for the Tau yet, is what I'm picking up. Like, not a lot of models. Maybe this is a crazy idea. They have a lot. Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, just not many aliens. Okay. I was going to say, it's kind of crazy to say that they're a coalition of aliens and then not have the models prepared for those aliens. You know what I mean? They don't have any of the minor species. That's interesting. Because from this, it seems like some of their stuff is handled by using the other species as like artillery, or not artillery, but like aerial forces and stuff like that. So Games Workshop hates happiness. But they love money. They hate us. Auxiliaries, that's what I meant. Yes. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Mostly Gundam looking mechs. I think they're pretty cool. I don't think I would ever play them, but I think they're pretty interesting. I'd be curious to see how they develop over time in the Warhammer lore, and I'd also be curious to see how like the figurines and stuff like that. They move very slowly on things. Okay. Tower of Mary Sue faction at first. Then they became more grimdark. So wait, when they first were introduced, was it more like, oh, these might be the good guys kind of thing? Was that the intention? Perhaps? And then they were like, okay, let's reel it back to the grimdark. It took 40 years to move the story forward. Yeah? Yeah, then they met everyone. Yes, the big models also cost $1 gazillion. That's interesting that they would release a faction that kind of seems like the good guys. I feel like that takes away from the 40k universe, isn't it? Isn't the whole charm of the 40k universe that no one's fucking good? When they first came out, they were like essentially for the greater good, and now it's, oh, no, they're being mind controlled by the ethereals. Okay. Also, in the newest lore, it became more xenophobic, which kind of feels like that goes against... It feels like they released this faction having no idea what the fuck they wanted to do for it. That is what I'm starting to realize, that Games Workshop might have jumped the gun a bit. And they might have just been like, look! And everyone was like, what is this? To me, bringing the good guys is more interesting. The grimdark comes from them being hopelessly outmatched by literally everyone. Bo, isn't it depressing to have the good guys hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned? I mean, listen, I would not be against the idea of, like, these are the good guys, if you will, and the odds of them winning are astronomical at best, right? I still think that's very interesting. Don't get me wrong. I definitely think that's interesting, but it does feel like there is no direction for them at the very least. At the start, I mean, there seems like there's a direction for them now, but from what I'm hearing here, it seems like there was literally no direction. And some people are saying that they just wanted to capitalize on the Gundam craze and stuff like that. It doesn't help that everyone they met initially took advantage of naivety. They had a cultural exchange with a Drukari that went badly. Oh, yeah, that would do that. Yeah, that would. In the current state of the galaxy, you're not just going to prolong their existence. They're just going to prolong their existence, not win. Yeah, right. I mean, winning is a loose term, right? In the Warhammer universe. Every win is followed up by like another battle right over the horizon, right? So I do like the idea of there being good guys and they like meet everyone else out in the world and they're like, holy fuck. This is bad. Like, this all shit is bad, right? On the other hand, Tau scientists defeated the Tyranid fleet with science. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. What are you talking about? The Orcs won ages ago. I mean, we all know that, but, I mean, listen, if they, do you have any questions about the Guard by chance, since they seem to be the faction you found interesting? I feel like I know most of the things about him from the Bricky video in the past. Like, he kind of gave me a pretty clear idea, and I've asked a lot of questions about how the models work. in terms of like on the tabletop, like things that you can include with them and what you can't. So the chat's been very, very kind, filling me in on everything. So I feel like I have most of an idea. I really, really want to go and see what they're like on a tabletop at some point. I've never played Warhammer before. This is like my exposure therapy to it, if you will. And I do want to get into the tabletop at some point. I feel like it'd be a lot of fun if I could find some people to play with. And I would love to make my own little army of the Imperial Guard. But yeah, I don't know. The chat's been very, very kind, and they've been helping me out quite a bit. I have a lot of good bozos in here helping me out. So for the Tal, they have a very small warp presence and don't have gods. So when humans in the fleet started panicking, a god of the greater good formed, and Tal leadership freaked out. Oh, so the humans made the greater good like an actual thing. Like they made that like a god. Because they let the humans in, and the humans were like, ah. That's interesting, actually. I like that. Guards have mess stats, but their army rule is units and can give orders to others to make them good at one certain thing a turn. I think this would be fun. Tabletop Sim is a great tool for learning the game without committing $100 to the army. I'll probably use Tabletop Simulator because I do have it. I'll probably use it and then try to like read up on the lore itself and try to like play, I guess. I don't know if I can play against someone, but you know, I'll figure it out. Yeah, Tabletop Simulator is great. That's what I played D&D on for a long while. When I had my group of friends and we couldn't meet up in person, we'd play on Tabletop Simulator. But yeah, okay, so the Tau are pretty interesting. I do think they're very, very cool, but I'd like to see where they go in the future. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see more uniqueness for the models. Because if you're going to say, again, the only big complaint I have, I'd say right now, is that if you're going to say there's a coalition of aliens, give us models that represent a coalition. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see some freaky ass aliens on the battleground fighting alongside mechs. Like, that sounds cool. But it seems like a lot of people are just saying it's just Tau models. And Psychic Owlbeard. Yeah, that sounds cool. They have 2 alien races of models. Yeah, it's the Groot, I think, is what you said. And then, not the Groot, the Kroot, whatever they're called. Yeah, so I think they're pretty cool. I do want to see where they go. But now it is time for the Tyranids. Probably gonna be really loud.
Numbers.
Loud.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey.
Goal.
The conflicts of Warhammer 40k are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda Galaxy and they have come to take ours, or they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless,
that's kind of scary to think of.
The where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet
Whoa,
of
that's
these
badass
creatures
art.
before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40k that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with.
Yo, their old models are fucking, I mean, old art is fucking badass.
The fun kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40k, and boy are they hungry.
They are instinctively hardwired.
I mean, these are pretty cool too, but
be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1. Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed.
What?
You see, the Tyranids
I thought they were
are
gonna
a
kiss.
collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind.
the Bluetooth
This
device
allows
is
them to
connected.
send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself.
Jesus.
A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead, like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these
They vibe
ships
check you, they do.
contain pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless,
It's air? How the fuck do you strip its air?
As a means
Guess
to
it's-
curb
yeah,
the
okay, I wouldn't
advancement
mind. I know how to do that.
The Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them. The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer
Breathe,
and lighting
idiot.
it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way.
Ooh.
Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict, both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself, and all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde, and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims: the Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability
Oh my
to
god, that
even
one's
perceive
badass
the
looking.
vast
What the
psychic
fuck?
hive mind of the Tyranids, they
Does it have a
are
human
fiercely
hand?
intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid
Ants?
menace.
That's the sort of Tyranids.
This starts about halfway through.
Okay.
It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Sea Fort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poison sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pools or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hila. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired
Nature is
shot
beautiful. You're so true.
torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge. The reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas.
Jesus.
There are enormous beasts with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering
Big
to
straw.
know that they will not
That's what they don't realize.
even leave our air.
The Tyranids are on the
There
other
is
side
an
with
isthmus
straws.
I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tensions of the hive mind
might be the final
themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served.
The final stand.
The Tyranids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the force of the Tyranids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the
Gene Stealer cult. They fucking selling genes?
In the sunless body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows.
Is there a apostle already going out of business, dude? Leave him alone.
Vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood.
The kiss that keeps on
call
giving.
And we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep in the depths of
Fuck
the
is this
planet,
thing?
a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Gene Stealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Gene Stealer kiss is essentially what the face-hungered alien does.
Yeah, I was about
It
to say.
attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40K, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But
oh my god, this is hidden underneath everyone's
the God
noses.
they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original Gene Stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass
Okay,
soup.
see, that's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask if like they were spared. I was gonna ask if these genes. Okay, I got a question. So when the Gene Stealer does the alien thing to them, how does that one? It turns them into one of like another Gene Stealer, right? So it goes to the next person and like aliens them again, or how do they keep? Because he said like over time. No, they remain human. So what are these? So this is a Gene Stealer. It's a human with alien DNA in them. No hanky panky. Okay, I'm still confused. So this is the Gene Stealer, but it says over generations they lose these traits, which make them look more human. Oh, so then it has sex with humans like normal. So it doesn't like alien other people to get them like infected humans birth hybrids. They kiss a person, that person then has kids. Okay. And then their kids grow up to go kiss. Oh. They have a lot of kids with normal humans, but the kids are aliens. Oh, okay. Part human, those kids have kids. It's the long con. Right. Okay. See, that's what I was trying to figure out, is that he said over generations. Change the victim's DNA without changing the victim's look. The victim then goes and makes kids with other normal-looking humans. There are 4 hybrid generations, each less alien. Okay. All right. So then over time, and the kids are in the brood mind. Yeah, okay. After Gen 4 comes Gen 1 again. 4 generations of hybrids. The 5th generations are more pure gene stealers. Oh, okay. All right, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, that's what I was not worried. That's what I was curious about. I was like, I don't know how this works. All right.
A fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world, and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of gene stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the gene stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of gene stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The gene stealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted
they are also on Earth
method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an
I thought that was real.
to provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting
Tyranids versus orcs, who's winning?
With power from the dark age of technology.
I need to know.
He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his
works because funny
vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered.
This happened and went very bad for humanity.
Their comrades in
what,
arms
orcs versus
are
Tyranids?
The Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Bricky. Guys, that was great. That was good. They kept evolving while fighting each other in the winter. The Tyranids was stronger in the end. That fucking sucks. I feel like the orcs should have won. Yeah, can we get a clap for that? I actually learned a shit ton from this. This was a very good series. I learned quite a bit. I learned I want to be an Imperial Guard kind of guy. That's what I learned and took away from this the most. I mean, well, I learned a lot more about other stuff as well, but the Imperial Guard, I think I'm very for. I am very, very for. This was great. This was a fantastic series. I'm glad I waited to watch this. When did he release this one? He released this one 3 days ago. I'm glad I waited. I'm glad I waited for part 2 so that I could absorb all of it at once. Because I felt like if I watched the original one and it took me a while for the second one to come out, I would have forgot everything. And I would have to like rewatch part 1. But now I feel like I was able to absorb everything about the Warhammer universe. And this also makes Space Marine 2 a little bit more daunting in the beginning of it. That is something I haven't, I only played the starting part of it, I'm pretty sure. And then that was it. I didn't really get that deep into it, but it does make that a little bit more daunting to know that we were fighting Tyranids on that planet. And now I get it. Because I remember when I played it last time, I was like, oh, we just, you know, I understand. It's just a lot of them. But now I get what they do. They get giant bendy straws. And they go to the ends of the oceans and they fucking slurp them up, dude. That's canon in my head, by the way. No one can tell me differently. In my mind, the Tyranids pull out giant straws and they fucking slurp up the ocean. So that's just the way the lore works for me. And if I believe it hard enough, like an orc, it might come true. You want to see Bo play Darktide with friends now? I played Darktide, Bye, Update. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for watching this video, by the way. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and check out the video, the original video, in the link below. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you soon. Bye. There we go. What if I didn't cut it there? What if I just slid here and then now I cut it? That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? And then next, top 10 most powerful things in Warhammer. Most powerful things in Warhammer? Brother. The Cock and Ball Destroyer 6000 is the most dangerous thing in the Warhammer 40k universe. Coming in at number 5. Every Space Marines Legion is a good video, but it's important to note that the Legions are no longer whole. What does that mean? What do you mean they're no longer whole? They probably have that on Mars. That wouldn't surprise me. They would not surprise me at all. I could see them making something like that. Not things, but I forgot the word. Gods, I think it was the title. Top 10 most dangerous or powerful gods. Legions split after the heresy. Oh, right. So after the Horus Heresy, the legions were broken up into chapters of 1,000 each. That's right. I forgot about that. Yes. I did not forget about the Horus Heresy because that was the thing that everyone was really hype about. I guess I wouldn't say hype about, but they were like, damn you. You know? It's kind of sad that everything's just dying slowly. Like, I feel like realistically, the only ones that are going to survive in the Warhammer 40k universe is going to be the Tyranids or the Orcs. Everything else is dead. Maybe the Chaos. Maybe Chaos as well. Like, I feel like Necrons, yeah, I could see them making it as well. The Necrons are waking up. I thought they already all woke up. Are they still waking up? Maybe I misremembered that. Necrons are really cool. I like the way they look, and I like their designs, and I feel like they'd be really fun to paint. No, they staggering wake up. Oh, okay. They're so OP if they actually get their shit together. Majority of Necrons are still asleep. Oh, okay. So we're just fighting. Okay. Necrons have and can make a sun explode. If you want to know why the big E might have spread non-belief in chaos, one guy didn't believe demons didn't exist so hard it couldn't hurt him. Oh, so he's like, if we just don't believe in it, then they can't hurt us. And so he was trying to, okay, I see. Good old Bile. Isn't one of the Necron gods under Mars or something like that, that is the Mechanicus actually worship? And someone said that earlier. Someone said earlier that there's like a thing that maybe like one of the Necron gods are like under Mars. But I don't know if that's like considered canon or not. The moment Tyranids' biggest threat, Necrons, Orcs, and humans if they get their shit together. Okay, so I can explain that. Okay. This sign can't stop me because I can't read. Story of my life. Cthon, yeah. The dragon is trapped in Mars. It's part of the Cthon. The dragon? Chinese myth dragon trapped in Mars? Oh! Big E has a part of the void dragon imprisoned on Mars, but might be old lore. The Emperor banished the dragon to Mars in medieval times. When we say medieval, we mean our medieval, or we mean like medieval for them? Called a void dragon that the Emperor fought. We trapped it. Our medieval times. The Emperor was around in the 1400s? Or whatever the fuck? Implied Emperor is Saint George. What the fuck? It may have been Jesus. The Emperor is likely as old as humanity itself. He's very old. Nobody knows his origin. The lore was recent, as of the HH books. What the fuck? So he's just been around forever? The hunter-gathering times. What the fuck? He was born like that when we were all like monkeys running around? We're all going, oh, oh. And he was like, I am the Emperor of humanity. He started as a caveman, if you believe specific lore. Could you imagine going through all that and eventually being like a husk on a throne? I'd be pissed. I'd be fucking pissed, dude. I did all this shit. I survived for so fucking long. And now I gotta be on the goddamn throne for like, god damn it. Just a 15-foot tall guy living his best life, as you do. Bo, after his 100th hospital visit, nurse, put me in front of the computer so I can stray, please. I am the Emperor of Streaming Kind. Supposedly, basically every major religious figure in history. Oh, okay. Some Dreadnought pilots are over 6K years as old as well. Well, you know, I don't know if I want to live to be 6K years old. I'm going to be honest with you. I'd be like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I've seen it all. Like, I get it, man. The oceans are rising. The sun is burning hotter. Imagine being on life support for 6K years. That'd be me. Does the Emperor move at all? Does he just sit there? Like, does he twitch a finger? And everyone's like, oh! The sun is a deadly laser. And these ballers. Oh, they talked about Bjorn at one point. I think if I recall correctly. There's a funny series called If the Emperor Had Text-to-Speech. In practical terms, he's dead. Imagine living that long and then dying because someone stabbed you. Like, man, you had to live pretty. You had to live pretty safe in order for you not to get stabbed at any point back in those olden days. You know what I mean? He got like soul stabbed. I fucking hate it when that happened. That's what my ex did to me. But it's I'm sorry guys, I got too real. I'm sorry. I like that I made the pain noise after it too. Like I fucking said it and willed it into existence, so I had to be like, next time a girl hurts me, I'm gonna fall on the ground and go, Horace! That's what I'm gonna fucking do. And I'm gonna be like, this is the reason I broke up with you. I want you to know this. You can't keep role-playing Warhammer to me. You gotta stop. This is one of the things I requested, was that you stop doing this, okay? It was one thing to walk in a full body, you know, a full armor of a space marine, all right, in the middle of the night and wake me up from a dead sleep. Okay. It's another thing to talk like an orc for the entire day. This is too much. You gotta stop. If she doesn't let me LARP Warhammer, is she even the one? Dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. Hi, Capri! Bo, are you okay? Also, hi. I feel like that's a loaded question to ask me if I'm okay. I am a streamer, after all, and a VTuber on top of it. I feel like things are already not going well for me. But yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm just making, you know, I'm making death noises. I'm one of those weird people that have to read about the Warhammer wiki for fun, so there's lore questions, let me know. Dude, honestly, I've been kind of doing that too. But now also a Warhammer fan. That's true. Are any of us truly okay? But I feel like that's what brings us together. You know what I mean? Our bonding over the fact that we... Imagine you were a VTuber, but not a streamer. I mean, that's kind of like dopamine-y. You know, I might be obsessed with her. I've never interacted with her before, but she lives in the back of my mind constantly, and I don't know how to get rid of her. And I don't know what to do about it. I might be it's bad. Like, I heard her once make fun of me for wanting to play Lethal Company with her, and it's just not. I've just not been the same. I've just not been the same. Dubious Friend, welcome in. Can everyone say hi to Dubious Friend? Welcome. Hi. Hi. We're happy to have you here. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. The Night Lord books, and now I'm a fan of skin flaying terrorist. Well, you know, I mean, that's Warhammer for you. I'm a fan of the guys that get mowed down in the first 5 minutes of any employment. So that's the guys I'm like, hell yeah. I tell you guys about that one time. It's completely not Warhammer related, but we'll get back to Warhammer. Tell you guys about the time that there was like this one video that was called what it was like in the World War I trenches. And it was like a VR video. And so I put on my VR headset and I leaned back in my chair. And that was a fucking hell of an experience I went through. It's fucking crazy, dude. I don't know why I did that to myself. Sometimes I think about that. I was like, oh my God. If you're in the guard, I'd recommend the Gaunt's Ghost book. What is that? Gaunt's Ghost book? What is that? Should I look it up? Let me look it up. Gaunt's Ghost book. Oh, let me take a peek here. Gaunt's Ghost. Oh, it's a military sci-fi set in the Warhammer 40k universe. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. It's awesome. It looks cool. There's some figures for it. Huh. There's a lot of stuff I gotta read up on. You know what I mean? Sephias Kane. Sephias Kane is also great, but a lot more humorous than normal books. I mean, I'm okay with that. I have to go Bedge because British. That's all right. In about 6 more minutes, I'm probably going to have to call it as well because we're going to be at the 8-hour mark. So we got 6 more minutes to sit here and yap about whatever you guys want to talk about. Oh, okay, I can stay. I got to be here till the end. I got to be here to the very end. I can't miss out. 6 more minutes of your average bow. I'm very flattered by that, by the way. Thank you for that. That's actually very kind. That is very kind to be like, okay, well, I can spend 6 more minutes with you if you're going to be just, you know. I do appreciate it. Look how happy Bricky is. Bricky's fucking excited to be here, man. A devout new bozo. British Badging for the 5 tier 1 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. That does mean a lot. Thank you. You guys have been giving me... Holy shit. I'm getting spoiled today. I guess I should probably go to my just chatting real quick, right?
Badger 86 just made 5 people beyond average.
Hey, the alert's back. Alert is back. All right. Since I'm back here, let's go ahead and let me, you know what? Since we're winding down, let's turn this back on. In a bow stream, 6 minutes could change everything. That is true. Everything could go down in 6 minutes. Yo, Alti, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it.
Ugh. Streamer hostage train.
I guess we can stay for 6 more minutes. Thank you, guys. Look how cool this looks. Hang on. Pull this up. Is this not cool? Look at that. That's such a badass wallpaper. World of Warcraft really knew how to like get you excited. Like looking through the dark portal and seeing the World of Warcraft universe, that trail, those giant mountains, the cliff. Oh man. And then you remember what it all was. And then you remember that you're playing World of Warcraft and you're like, I got 123 subs today? What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. That's almost more than I have viewers right now. Holy. Holy, I almost have more subs than viewers, dude. That's fucking crazy. All you have to be is Yubo, and apparently the money rolls right in. That's all it takes. I'm a small little guy, a little fellow, if you will. So, this is very flattering. Thank you, guys. When Blizzard is making their first game, they were in talks about making a Warhammer game, but... Oh, yeah, that's what came StarCraft, right?
It's a game now!
Yo, Ultimate! Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs as well. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We did have the treasure train earlier. That is true. The treasure train helped out a lot. Thank you, thank you. I think if we hit 130, I think I have more subs than I do viewers at the moment, which is fucking wild. Low numbers today, but I also think there's a lot of people live. But I also wanted to do, I have raids turned off, and I'm going to have them turned off for like the next week, because I want to see how I do without people raiding into me. You know what I mean? I want to see what it's like. So we're all on our own, bozos. Okay, we're all on our own. I just want to see what it's like. I just want to see what the numbers are like without having people like boost me or anything like that. You know what I mean? Without like Cerber or Mini or like any of them like raiding into me and giving me people. I just want to be like, you know, we are truly alone. We are. Then we have no raiders to eat. Well, it's only going to be for a while. Yeah. And then we'll be back to turning on the raids again. He's gonna doom spiral. Too late. Start of summer vacations. Oh, it is summer vacation starting, isn't it? Forgot about that. People are probably out doing stuff. Imagine going outside and doing something on summer vacation when you could be watching your average boat. We're gonna starve, Bo? Nah, you guys will be fine. I feed you. I feed you guys. I feed you guys a lot. You guys know this. Look, where is it? Where are all my images at? Okay, well, there's a pizza here somewhere. By the way, furry chart. Boom, furry chart, by the way, guys. Warhammer, cat girls, level 1 furry chart, by the way. Actually, I looked them up. They're like, I think they're like a level 2. I'm gonna be honest. I'm tired of eating only carbs. That's all I've been like avoiding. I have this one. I have this.
What?
I feel like you could apply this to Warhammer somehow, but I'm not sure. Like, I feel like there's a myriad of ways that you could apply that to Warhammer. Let's see, what other... Oh, by the way, guys. I used 11 Labs. I have it now where I can do D&D with chat. So maybe tomorrow we'll play Oblivion for a little bit before we play Expedition 33. And you guys can do the thing where you guys can give me a quest that I have to complete. And then whoever gets picked can be backseating for me while I'm playing it. And then when I complete that quest, we'll switch off to someone else and we'll try to do that. So if you guys want to be there for that tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll try to do another 8-hour stream, another 10 hours, something like that. Yeah, I will. I'll message you. I'll probably do it live because I'm really I'm lazy and I probably won't do it after I get done streaming or early in the morning. So I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'll probably be doing it live while on stream, Wolf. So so there is that. So just be here because I'm gonna have to ring the bell a couple of times and be like, am I doing this right? Am I doing this right? So be on the lookout for that. You know? Oh yeah, Wolf, can you do me another favor? Can you make a channel that's like arts and crafts that people can like post about like in the community section where people can post about you know, Warhammer stuff like figure painting and everything? If that's not too big of a deal. I can do it for you if you need me to, but I was just asking just in case you could do it. I want to take the easy path is what I'm getting at. Okay? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Absolute Giga Chad. Thank you, Wolf. Oh, by the way, guys, this is what I'm trying to find. Look. See, I feed you. Look, now spam the rat thing, because we're not gonna raid out to anyone. So spam the crunch or the rat. Whatever you want. Eat before I go. This is your snack. Yes, eat, my children. Wait, should I do it? Did you know what we should watch? Next video we should watch this. World of Warcraft's most famous and infamous players. Because I know about the guy that had the dwarven hand cannon. Alright, here, by the way. Eat, my children. Eat. Eat. Eat, my children. Grow strong and smite my enemies. Feast my children upon their flesh. Yes, good, good. I don't know why, but every time the violin hits that really high part, I imagine the bozo scrunch emote. Like one of the bozo's ears are sensitive and they're like, ugh. Like, could you imagine every time he hits that high, it's like, and it bozo's like, ugh. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I do appreciate it. This was a great time, and I had a lot of fun. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, dude. I love that emote. You know, by the way, I could not figure out how to make that transparent, so I just put the black box around it because I got annoyed. That's real lore about the Your Average Insane thing. I could not figure out how to make it transparent. And I just said fuck it, and I just posted that one. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. I will see you guys again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was very fun watching you watch a video that I've always watched before. See ya. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I love you guys. And remember, tomorrow, Oblivion Remastered and Expedition 30